Chapter 235. Sun Xinjing stared fixedly at Bai Jianmu, wanting to hear his answer. At this point, he already understood Zhong Meng's intentions. If Bai Jianmu's answer was the same as Liu Huarong's, it meant that Bai Jianmu wasn't lying. This bronze box was Zhong Laji's. In other words, the blueprint was stolen by Zhong Laji. There was no doubt about this. Hence, the crux of everything was Bai Jianmu's answer. At this moment, the most nervous person was naturally Bai Jianmu. He felt that he had never been so nervous in his entire life. On one side was a happy future. On the other side was a bottomless abyss. Bai Jianmu was stuck between the two. Bai Jianmu really wanted a happy future. But between the two, he didn't know which answer was correct. After thinking for a long time, Bai Jianmu still couldn't think of an answer. This question was too crucial. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He quietly turned his head and looked at Tang Jianan, who was not far away. Although Liu Huarong couldn't give him a hint, Tang Jianan had been listening at the side when he asked Liu Huarong earlier. He should know what Liu Huarong's answer would be. Bai Jianmu felt that this question was very good. What he was facing now was to choose whether Liu Huarong would stand on the left or the right. If Tang Jianan wanted to give this hint, it was actually very simple. He only needed to blink his left or right eye and this question would be answered. As long as he answered this question according to his hint, everything would really be over. When Bai Jianmu turned his head to look at Tang Jianan, he was shocked to discover that the cold sweat on Tang Jianan's forehead was even more than his own. Tang Jianan's face was pale. Large beads of cold sweat kept rolling down his forehead. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that his body was trembling slightly. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Jianmu was a little surprised. But in such an urgent situation, he didn't think too much. He only felt that Tang Jianan was a coward who was afraid of trouble. Bai Jianmu didn't pay attention to other parts of Tang Jianan. He only stared at Tang Jianan's eyes, wanting to see his hint. At this moment, after hearing Zhong Meng's question, Tang Jianan only felt a chill in his heart. If Zhong Meng asked the same question as he asked Liu Huarong just now, Bai Jianmu's answer would only be half right and half wrong. However, when Zhong Meng asked this question, Tang Jianan felt that it was almost impossible for Bai Jianmu to discover the trap behind this question. If Bai Jianmu's answer was wrong, Tang Jianan naturally knew what the consequences would be. At that time, Bai Jianmu would be the one who stole the blueprints and wouldn't have a good ending. As for himself, what good ending would he have? During this period of time, as long as everyone wasn't blind, they would be able to tell that he had been speaking up for Bai Jianmu. Under such circumstances, as long as Bai Jianmu was unlucky, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Looking at Bai Jianmu's gaze, Tang Jianan wanted to shout at him that all of this was fake, but he didn't dare. Because he was very clear that if Bai Jianmu failed in this matter, it would prove that he was the one who stole the blueprints. He would definitely not have a good ending. As for himself, although he wouldn't have a good ending, he wasn't the one who stole the blueprints, so there was still a lot of room to maneuver. Even if he was punished, it would definitely not be as severe as Bai Jianmu's. However, if he reminded Bai Jianmu loudly, then, needless to say, whether Bai Jianmu's plan failed or not, he would definitely be the first to be unlucky. Tang Jianan knew very well how important this blueprint was to his master and how important it was to the South County branch. If he dared to make a mistake here, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, if he didn't remind Bai Jianmu, then he would be the one who would be unlucky. The most important thing now was how should he remind Bai Jianmu. Tang Jianan would definitely not use this method to remind Bai Jianmu. Since he couldn't use words to remind him, he could only use his actions to do so. However, how could he use his actions to remind him of such a complicated matter? Moreover, he couldn't make any obvious actions to remind Bai Jianmu. If he did that, it would be no different from reminding him verbally. Tang Jianan was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still couldn't think of a way to remind Bai Jianmu. At this moment, he happened to see Bai Jianmu looking at him. Feeling Bai Jianmu's questioning gaze, Tang Jianan's heart suddenly moved. Since he couldn't make any obvious actions, he could only use his eyes to answer. However, how could he remind Bai Jianmu with just a pair of eyes? Zhong Meng asked Bai Jianmu. When he came out from under the bed, he saw Liu Huarong. Was he on the left or right opposite the bed? And the real answer was on the left behind Bai Zhenmu. How could he use his eyes to remind him of such an answer? Although Tang Zhenan thought that it was Bai Zhenmu's method, he couldn't make such a look. What should he do? Seeing the questioning look in Bai Zhenmu's eyes getting stronger and stronger, Tang Zhenan was so anxious that he was sweating more and more, but he still couldn't think of a way. Helpless, Tang Zhenan didn't blink. He just raised his eyebrows desperately. He wanted to tell Bai Zhenmu that the real answer was that Liu Huarong was behind Bai Zhenmu. Although Tang Zhenan wanted to express what he wanted to convey, Bai Zhenmu couldn't understand it. When he looked at Tang Zhenan, he could tell that Tang Zhenan understood what he meant. However, not long after, he realized that Tang Zhenan kept raising his eyebrows at him. What did this mean? Tang Zhenan raised his eyebrows. What did he mean? Was Liu Huarong on the left or on the right? Bai Zhenmu didn't understand. He even thought that since both of Tang Zhenan's eyebrows were raised at the same time, could it be that Liu Huarong was standing in the middle? Thinking of this possibility, Bai Zhenmu thought about it carefully again and realized that this possibility was really very high. When he came out from under the bed, Liu Huarong was standing in the middle of the bed. Could it be that when Zhong Meng asked Liu Huarong's answer was like this? Although Bai Zhenmu thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to confirm that the answer was really like this. Because this answer was too important, so important that he didn't dare to answer easily. After thinking carefully, Bai Zhenmu felt that he was right. Looking at Tang Zhenan, who was still raising his eyebrows at him, Bai Zhenmu nodded slightly at him, indicating that he understood what he wanted to say. And Tang Zhenan? Seeing Bai Zhenmu nod, he felt slightly relieved. He thought that Bai Zhenmu had understood what he wanted to say. Since Bai Zhenmu had already understood that he wanted to tell him that Liu Huarong was behind him, then the next thing was simple. Thinking of this, Tang Zhenan winked at Bai Zhenmu with his left eye again, indicating that Liu Huarong was behind him on the left. After that, Tang Zhenan stared at Bai Zhenmu. He wanted to see if he understood what he meant. Chapter 236. Seeing Tang Zhenan hinting that Liu Huarong was in the middle of the opposite side of the bed, Bai Zhenmu finally understood this point. But before he could relax, he suddenly discovered that Tang Zhenan, who was opposite him, suddenly started to blink his left eye at him. Upon seeing Tang Zhenan's gaze, Bai Zhenmu was truly a little confused. Tang Zhenan wanted to tell him that Liu Huarong was in the middle of the opposite side of the bed, and he already understood. However, he blinked his left eye again. What did this mean? Could it be that he wanted to express that Liu Huarong was standing in the middle at the start, but after a while, he went to the left? No. Bai Zhenmu felt that this was impossible. Tang Zhenan wouldn't express it like this. If Tang Zhenan wanted to tell him that Liu Huarong was on the left side of the opposite side of the bed, he would definitely not raise his brows and then blink his left eye. At this moment, Bai Zhenmu was truly a little confused. He didn't understand what Tang Zhenan wanted to express. Bai Zhenmu felt anxious. He wanted nothing more than to grab Tang Zhenan and ask him for an explanation. What was he trying to tell him by making such a gaze? Tang Zhenan looked at Bai Zhenmu's puzzled gaze and became even more anxious. He kept raising his brows and blinking his left eye from time to time, wanting Bai Zhenmu to understand that Liu Huarong was actually behind him on the left side. Tang Zhenan's idea was good, but Bai Zhenmu couldn't understand his actions. At this moment, Zhong Meng, who had been looking at everyone, suddenly spoke loudly. Liu Huarong, turn around and listen to Bai Zhenmu's answer. When Zhong Meng said this, everyone present was shocked. Zhong Meng's question earlier allowed everyone to understand many things. At the crucial moment, Zhong Meng actually asked Liu Huarong to turn around. What did this mean? Everyone in the hall had the same question in their mind. Why did Zhong Meng do this? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was even more dumbfounded. Zhong Meng had asked Bai Zhenmu just now. He had also been observing the situation. At first, Bai Zhenmu answered smoothly. However, when it came to the last question, Sun Xinjing could tell that Bai Zhenmu was a little flustered. At this time, Sun Xinjing already had a trace of suspicion. Because he knew that Bai Zhenmu might be lying. If he wasn't lying, he should be able to easily answer where Liu Huarong was at that time. Could it be that his previous guess was wrong? Was the blueprint actually stolen by Zhenmu? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Sun Xinjing quickly dismissed it. He guessed that maybe Zhenmu didn't notice this situation at that time, so he carefully recalled where Liu Huarong was standing at that time. This was not impossible. If Zhenmu did not pay attention to this point at that time, he would need to carefully recall the situation at that time. However, after a while, Sun Xinjing felt that something was wrong. He noticed that when Zhenmu turned to look at Tang Zhenan, the two of them kept exchanging glances. Tang Zhenan was even more exaggerated. He kept raising his eyebrows and blinking. Zhenmu didn't understand what Tang Zhenan wanted to express because he didn't know what Zhongmeng's question was. However, Sun Xinjing was different. He knew what Zhongmeng's question was. After seeing Tang Zhenan's eyes, he naturally knew what Tang Zhenan wanted to tell Zhenmu. Tang Zhenan raised his eyebrows, meaning that Liu Huarong was behind Zhenmu. Tang Zhenan blinked his left eye, meaning that he was behind Liu Huarong and to the left. Looking at Tang Zhenan in front of him, he actually kept exchanging glances with Zhenmu, wanting to tell him the answer to this question. Sun Xinjing knew very well that the answer to this question was very important. Now that the bronze box where the blueprint was placed had appeared, next, they just had to find out who the bronze box belonged to. Then, they would naturally know who the person who stole the blueprint was. However, Tang Zhenan actually dared to exchange glances with Zhenmu to tell him the answer to such an important question. What did this mean? It meant that Tang Zhenan and Zhenmu were in cahoots. Perhaps the two of them had collaborated to steal the blueprint. Recalling how the two of them said that the blueprint was stolen by Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly surged with anger. These two scums, not only did they steal the blueprint, but they also wanted to shift the blame of stealing the blueprint onto others. Thinking of shifting the blame onto others, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly moved. If it wasn't for Zhongmeng asking on his behalf, perhaps Zhenmu and Tang Zhenan's plan would really succeed. He thought that if Zhenmu and Tang Zhenan's plan succeeded, he would severely punish Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. He might even pass the position of the branch leader to Zhenmu in the future. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was also at this moment that he suddenly heard Zhongmeng ask Liu Huarong to turn around and listen to Zhenmu's answer. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Sun Xinjing was also shocked. Originally, Tang Zhenan's reminder alone was enough to let Zhenmu know the real answer to the question. If Liu Huarong and Zhenmu were in cahoots, if the two of them reminded Zhenmu together, then the possibility of Zhenmu finding the answer would be even greater. Now, Sun Xinjing was already a little suspicious of Liu Huarong. Zhenmu said that the bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's room. In order to prove the truth of Zhenmu's words, Liu Huarong even testified for him. What did this mean? It meant that Liu Huarong was very likely in cahoots with him. If Liu Huarong also turned around and reminded Zhenmu, then Sun Xinjing was sure that with Zhenmu's intelligence and wisdom, he would soon know the real answer to this question. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing was about to say something to stop him when he suddenly saw Zhongmeng waving his hand at him imperceptibly, indicating for him not to speak. Seeing Zhongmeng's gesture, although the doubts in Sun Xinjing's heart hadn't been dispelled, he already understood that Zhongmeng already knew this point. Since Zhongmeng had already considered this point, then he must have his own ideas. Sun Xinjing could only secretly sigh and turn his head to continue watching what was happening in the hall. In the hall, what happened was just as Sun Xinjing guessed. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Liu Huarong was immediately overjoyed. He knew the answer to this question. If he didn't give Zhenmu a hint, he was sure that Zhenmu would never know the real answer to this question. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately turned around and quickly looked at Zhenmu, wanting to give Zhenmu a hint. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Zhenmu's heart was also shocked, but it was immediately followed by a burst of ecstasy. He didn't understand what Tang Zhenan's eyes meant just now. Chapter 237. Just now, Zhenmu only saw Tang Zhenan raising his eyebrows and blinking his eyes. He was simply confused. At this moment, When he heard Zhong Meng ask Liu Huarong to turn around, he was ecstatic. He quickly turned his head and looked at Liu Huarong, hoping that he could give him some hints. If the two of them gave Bai Zhenmu a hint, then Bai Zhenmu believed that he would definitely be able to figure out something. Sure enough, as soon as Liu Huarong turned around, he couldn't wait to give Bai Zhenmu a look. When his back was facing Bai Zhenmu, Liu Huarong wanted to give Bai Zhenmu a hint. However, when he turned around and wanted to give Bai Zhenmu a hint, he suddenly realized that he didn't know how to do it. Thinking of this, cold sweat suddenly flowed down Liu Huarong's forehead. Liu Huarong knew that if he didn't give Bai Zhenmu a hint, then no matter how Bai Zhenmu guessed, he would only guess that he was on the left or right of the opposite side of the bed. He would definitely not expect that when Zhong Meng asked him that question, he was behind him. Looking at Bai Zhenmu in front of him, Liu Huarong was so anxious that he was fuming, but there was nothing he could do. This was like a game. He couldn't speak. He definitely couldn't speak. Liu Huarong knew that as long as he opened his mouth to speak, he would be eliminated. But how should he express his thoughts? Liu Huarong was extremely anxious. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Tang Zhenan, wanting to see how Tang Zhenan would give Bai Zhenmu a hint. Liu Huarong turned his head and saw that Tang Zhenan was also looking at him. His eyes were also filled with anxiety and anticipation. Seeing this scene, Liu Huarong was so anxious that he wanted to shout out loud and tell Bai Zhenmu that he was actually behind him on the left. Although Liu Huarong was shouting in his heart, he also knew that he definitely couldn't do that. If he shouted out loud, it would mean that this matter was a scam that he and Bai Zhenmu had conspired together. But how should he express his thoughts? It was almost impossible to express such a complex meaning with only facial expressions. Originally, when he heard Zhong Meng ask Liu Huarong to turn around, Tang Zhenan was relieved. He thought that Liu Huarong would give Bai Zhenmu a hint. However, he never expected that he would only see anxiety in Liu Huarong's eyes, but he didn't see Liu Huarong do anything. Seeing this scene, Tang Zhenan secretly sighed in his heart. He knew that Liu Huarong also did not know how to remind him. In fact, it made sense when he thought about it. It was really difficult to express such a complicated thing accurately just by facial expressions. The three of them knew that Bai Zhenmu could only answer once, and this answer would determine whether their plan would succeed or not. If he succeeded, everything would be fine. Everything would be settled. If they failed, they would be completely finished and would never be able to make a comeback. Thinking of this, Tang Zhenan knew that Liu Huarong alone might not be able to give Bai Zhenmu a hint. Helplessly, Tang Zhenan could only turn his head to look at Bai Zhenmu again, raising his eyebrows and blinking his eyes. Liu Huarong, who was originally anxious, suddenly saw the expression on Tang Zhenan's face when he was at his wit's end. He was immediately overjoyed. He knew how he answered just now, and he also knew what the real answer was. When he saw the content of Tang Zhenan's expression, he naturally understood at a glance what Tang Zhenan wanted to say. Therefore, Liu Huarong felt that Tang Zhenan's expression was very accurate. Raising his eyebrows meant that behind him, and blinking his left eye meant that behind him was the left side of his body. Seeing this, Liu Huarong also looked at Bai Zhenmu and began to raise his eyebrows and blink his eyes. Bai Zhenmu, who was originally full of anticipation, really had a headache now. Originally, only Tang Zhenan raised his eyebrows and blinked at him. Now, it became two people raising their eyebrows and blinking at him together. What were they trying to say? What did raising eyebrows and blinking mean? Bai Zhenmu fell into deep thought again. He thought hard, and his mind was spinning rapidly, trying to think of an answer to this question. Bai Zhenmu was indeed a talented and intelligent person. At the beginning, he thought that Tang Zhenan had expressed it wrongly, so he was confused. But now, it was different. The two of them raised their eyebrows and blinked at him together, making him certain that Tang Zhenan wasn't randomly expressing it. He had a certain purpose and wanted to tell him the real answer. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu sorted out his thoughts and began to think carefully about the question Zhong Meng asked just now. When he came out from under the bed, was Liu Huarong on the left or right side of the opposite bed? Thinking of Zhong Meng's question, Bai Zhenmu thought carefully and began to ponder the meaning of Tang Zhenan's gaze. Very soon, he figured out one thing. According to Zhong Meng's question, Was Liu Huarong on the left or right side of the bed? Then, if Tang Jianan wanted to tell him whether Liu Huarong was on the left or right side of the bed, he only needed to blink his left eye or right eye, and he would be able to express his meaning very clearly. However, Tang Jianan didn't do that. He raised his eyebrows and then blinked his left eye. This meant that Liu Huarong was on the left side. However, Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong raised their eyebrows. What did this mean? Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu's thoughts fell into a state of contemplation again. Could it be that Liu Huarong was on the left, but he wasn't standing on the opposite side? If he was standing on the left side of the opposite side of the bed, Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong wouldn't need to raise their eyebrows. After understanding this point, Bai Jianmu's spirit suddenly shook. He felt that he had figured out a little bit of an idea. If he continued to think according to this idea, he should be able to find the real answer to the question. Then, what was the real answer to this question? If Tang Jianan raised his eyebrows and blinked to express that Liu Huarong was on the left side, then Liu Huarong wasn't standing on the opposite side of the bed. Then, where should Liu Huarong be standing? Raising his eyebrows, could it be that Liu Huarong was on the top? No, why would Liu Huarong be on the top? Liu Huarong couldn't fly, so he could only be on the ground. Since Liu Huarong was on the ground, then what did they mean by raising their eyebrows? Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu looked at the two of them carefully. This time, he was mainly looking at how Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong raised their eyebrows. After looking for a long time, Bai Jianmu finally understood something. Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong were working very hard when they did this action. They raised their eyebrows until they couldn't move anymore. What did this mean? They raised their eyebrows to the top. From the looks of it, if they could open their eyes wider, they would raise their eyebrows even higher. They raised their eyebrows so high. What were they trying to express? What was the meaning of this? Chapter 238. Sun Xinjing, who had been sitting at the head of the table, was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Originally, only Tang Jianan was there, raising his eyebrows and blinking his eyes. However, after Liu Huarong turned around, it became two people raising their eyebrows and blinking their eyes. These two guys didn't give him any face at all. They actually dared to lie in front of him. By now, Sun Xinjing was sure that Bai Jianmu was lying. Bai Jianmu didn't know the answer to this question. In other words, they didn't go through this part in Zhong Laji's bedroom just now. This meant that Bai Jianmu didn't go under the bed to take the bronze box. Therefore, when he came out from under the bed, he didn't see Liu Huarong. The only explanation was that the two of them had been discussing countermeasures. They did not go anywhere and did not look anywhere. Perhaps, the two of them only looked under the bed to see what was under it. Other than that, the two of them probably did nothing else. Since they didn't do anything, how would they know? So much time had passed, but Bai Jianmu still hadn't answered Zhong Meng's question. Although Sun Xinjing was waiting anxiously, Zhong Meng didn't say anything. He could only endure it. After all, he had already asked Zhong Meng to take care of this matter. If he asked again, it would be somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, before Zhong Meng said anything, Sun Xinjing could only wait. Looking at the three of them who were constantly winking at each other, Sun Xinjing's heart was filled with a wave of regret. When he found out that the blueprint was lost, he immediately gathered all his disciples to discuss this matter. At that time, everyone insisted that Yi Xian was the only one who knew the location of the drawing, and that Yi Xian was the only one who could possibly steal the drawing. At that time, he was so angry that he didn't think much and locked Yi Xian in the Repentance Pavilion. However, now that he thought about it carefully, there were really too many suspicious points. Although Bai Jianmu was not the first one to identify Yi Xian as the culprit, every word he said hinted at this matter. For example, whenever Bai Jianmu wanted to say something, he would first ask someone else. None of us know where the blueprints are, so even if we want to steal them, we can't find them. When Bai Jianmu asked this question, the first reaction of the person who was talking to him was, "Who knows where the blueprint is?" There was only one answer. The blueprint could only be placed in Yi Xian. That day, Bai Jianmu said a lot of things like this. He never directly accused Yi Xian of being the person who stole the design. But, he gave everyone a hint and made them think that Yi Xian was the one who stole the design. Now that he thought about it, Sun Xinjing came to a realization. Then, he felt like he had been cheated. To be honest, among all his brothers, the people Sun Xinjing trusted and valued the most were Yi Xian and Bai Jianmu. Both of them were very talented, and both of them were very hardworking in their cultivation. However, Sun Xinjing didn't like the fact that Bai Jianmu represented the Bai family in South County. Other than that, Bai Jianmu didn't have any shortcomings. However, it was only now that Sun Xinjing realized that he was wrong. Extremely wrong. Back then, his judgment was too bad. He actually misjudged so many people. He suspected that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint. Sun Xin was wrong about this. Under the testimony of all his disciples, he really thought that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint. That was why he didn't hesitate to lock Yi Xian in the Repentance Pavilion. Sun Xinjing was also wrong about Bai Jianmu. He thought that Bai Jianmu wouldn't do that. Or rather, he never thought that Bai Jianmu would do that. This proved that he was wrong about Bai Jianmu. He didn't seem to have made a big mistake. Sun Xinjing was also wrong about Tang Jianan. This seemingly honest second disciple was still raising his eyebrows and blinking at Bai Jianmu. Tang Jianan usually didn't have any bad behavior. Sun Xinjing had always thought that the description of him as honest and honest was very appropriate. In Sun Xinjing's opinion, Tang Jianan was a good person. He usually didn't offend others or speak ill of others. If his junior brothers had any problems looking for him, he would help them without hesitation. He didn't know if such a person had hidden himself too well or if he had suddenly become bad. And that Liu Huarong didn't seem to be a good person either. Sun Xinjing knew that this sixth disciple, Liu Huarong, was usually silent and timid. But such a person actually joined forces with Bai Jianmu to do such a thing. The way he was raising his eyebrows and blinking his eyes now was completely different from his usual silent and timid self. It was as if he was a different person. If it wasn't for the fact that his appearance and tone were exactly the same, Sun Xinjing would have suspected that this wasn't his sixth disciple, Liu Huarong, but someone else in disguise. There was also Zhong Laji. Just now, Zhong Laji shouted that he was innocent, but he didn't listen to him. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing secretly rejoiced. If Zhong Meng hadn't appeared, he was afraid that he would have locked Zhong Laji up in the Repentance Pavilion. At the thought of this outcome, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but shudder in his heart. If this was the outcome of the matter, it would be simply terrifying. Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, who didn't steal the blueprints, had become the ones who stole the blueprints. They would be severely punished by him. In the end, they would definitely be expelled from the sect. Even Sun Xinjing himself didn't doubt this. The most terrifying thing was that Bai Jianmu, Tang Jianan, and Liu Huarong, who had stolen the blueprints, were safe and sound. In the end, he would even pass the position of the South County branch leader to Bai Jianmu. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing sighed. If Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were expelled from the sect, it was almost certain that Bai Jianmu would be the next branch leader. This was because other than Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, only Bai Jianmu was left. He could take on a big responsibility. Thinking of Bai Jianmu, who stole the blueprints, becoming the branch leader of the South County branch leader, Sun Xinjing felt a chill run down his spine. For such a scheming person to become the branch leader of the South County branch leader, it was definitely not a good thing for the South County branch leader. Moreover, Bai Jianmu was a member of the Bai family in the South County. If Bai Jianmu became the branch leader of the South County branch leader, then the South County branch leader would almost become the Bai family's South County branch leader. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng. He was really glad. If it wasn't for Zhong Meng's suggestion, he would probably have been kept in the dark. He might even have made a wrong judgment that would make him regret it for the rest of his life. Sun Xinjing turned his gaze to Bai Jianmu and the other two. Suddenly, a wave of hatred surged in his heart. He had painstakingly taught them for so many years, but what did he get in return? It was the betrayal of the three of them. The three of them had worked together to steal his blueprints and then framed Yi Xian. This kind of behavior simply made Sun Xinjing hate them to the core. Sun Xinjing was an honest and considerate person. What he disliked the most was naturally this kind of cunning person. Chapter 239. Bai Zhenmu was indeed very smart. After thinking for a while, he actually vaguely understood what the two of them were trying to express. They tried their best to raise their eyebrows. When they were at the very top, they still wanted to raise their eyebrows. What did this mean? It meant that they wanted to raise their eyebrows further. If they could continue to raise their eyebrows, the final result would naturally be to move them to the back of their heads. The back of their heads. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that what they wanted to express was the back of their heads? Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu was secretly happy. He already somewhat understood what the two of them wanted to express. Could it be that what Zhong Meng asked them was different from what he asked him? When he asked the two of them, Zhong Meng asked where was the back of their heads. When Zhong Meng asked him, he asked where was the opposite side of the bed. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu was secretly shocked. If he didn't understand this point, wouldn't he be falling into Zhong Meng's plan? However, although Bai Zhenmu felt that he guessed correctly and understood what the two of them wanted to express, he still didn't dare to be sure. This was because Bai Zhenmu also knew that this question could only be answered once. If he answered wrongly, he would immediately fall into a state of eternal damnation. Although he understood this point, Bai Zhenmu still didn't dare to be sure. He decided to try and see if he guessed correctly. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu put his hand behind his head and pretended to scratch it. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on Liu Huarong. He wanted to see if Liu Huarong understood what he meant. Liu Huarong, who was anxiously raising his eyebrows and blinking his eyes, suddenly saw Bai Zhenmu staring at him. At the same time, he reached out and scratched the back of his head. However, Bai Zhenmu scratched his head for a longer time. At the same time, he was still staring at him. Seeing this, Liu Huarong was stunned for a moment. After a while, he was suddenly overjoyed. He knew that Bai Zhenmu understood what he and Tang Zhenan wanted to express. Bai Zhenmu scratched the back of his head. He just wanted to ask himself if he guessed correctly. After understanding this point, Liu Huarong hurriedly nodded at Bai Zhenmu. At the same time, he stopped raising his eyebrows and began to blink his left eye. Seeing this, Bai Zhenmu knew that he had guessed correctly. The real answer to the question was the same as he had thought. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu secretly hated Zhong Meng for being so cunning. He actually used this kind of question to test him. The key point was that the question he asked him and Liu Huarong was not the same question. Thanks to his own cleverness, Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong's help, he was able to guess the answer. Now that he had figured out the correct answer, Bai Zhenmu immediately relaxed. He turned to look at Zhong Meng, sneered, and said loudly, "Prince Zhong, do you want me to answer? Is junior brother Liu on the left or right of the opposite side of the bed?" At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment before he sneered again and continued. "However, my answer may disappoint Prince Zhong." Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at Sun Xinjing, cupped his fists, and said, "Master, my answer is that junior brother Liu was standing on the left behind me." After saying this, Bai Zhenmu looked at Zhong Meng proudly and sneered, "Prince Zhong, my answer must disappoint you." Ha ha! At the end of his words, Bai Zhenmu had already laughed wildly. After laughing, Bai Zhenmu looked around and suddenly froze. Everyone was looking at him with puzzled eyes. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhenmu was suddenly shocked. He turned his head to look at his master, only to see that Sun Xinjing was also looking at him with unkind eyes. At this moment, Bai Zhenmu felt that something was wrong. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, am I wrong?" Sun Xinjing waved his hand weakly and said indifferently, "Your answer is correct. Liu Huarong was indeed standing on the left behind you." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Zhenmu was slightly relieved. He knew that there was no time to lose and that he had to strike while the iron was hot, so he quickly continued. "Master, since my answer is correct, it means that I didn't lie. The person who lied is Zhong Laji. From this, it can be concluded that the blueprint must have been stolen by Zhong Laji and Yi Xian." After saying this, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at Zhong Laji and was stunned. At this moment, Zhong Laji was also looking at him with burning eyes. Bai Zhenmu didn't understand what had happened, but he didn't care. As long as Zhong Laji and Yi Xian were defeated, he would be the boss of the South County branch in the future. Zhong Lezhi, I have a witness who can prove that what I said is true. What about you? Do you have a witness who can prove that what you said is true? At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Zhong Lezhi to answer, he continued to speak. Zhong Lezhi, now that the evidence is conclusive, I think it's better for you to admit it so that I don't have to use some small tricks and suffer some unnecessary pain. In Bai Jianmu's mind, after he finished speaking, Zhong Lezhi would only have two reactions. One was to curse and torture himself, but so what? As long as he could frame him as the person who stole the blueprint, Bai Jianmu could still endure a few curses. The other was that Zhong Lezhi knew that he was powerless to defend himself and could only admit to his crime. In Bai Jianmu's opinion, the second possibility was not big. On the contrary, the first possibility was very likely to happen. However, even if the first possibility happened, Bai Jianmu was not afraid. He had already thought of a countermeasure. As long as Zhong Lezhi dared to curse at him or even rush over to fight with him, he would not mind using some small tricks on him in advance and directly cripple him. Anyway, the evidence was conclusive now. Even if he crippled Zhong Lezhi, no one would say anything. Instead, they would say that he abhorred evil. Unfortunately, Bai Jianmu's guess did not happen. Zhong Lezhi did not curse at him, nor did he admit to his crime. He just looked at Bai Jianmu silently. Seeing this scene, Bai Jianmu's bad feeling surged in his heart again, giving him a bad feeling. Could it be that things have changed? But, what changes could there be? During this period, no one spoke. Bai Jianmu was sure of this. Since no one spoke, what was going on? Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu turned his head again to look at Sun Xinjing, but he saw that Sun Xinjing did not listen to him. Instead, he closed his eyes and pondered, as if he did not care about anything. Seeing this, Bai Jianmu was puzzled. He turned his head to look at Zhong Meng and asked loudly, Prince Zhong, since it has been proven that I did not lie, can we confirm that Zhong Lezhi is the person who stole the blueprint? Chapter 240. Bai Jianmu said, Prince Zhong, since it is proven that the bronze box was found in Zhong Lezhi's room, can it prove that Zhong Lezhi and Yi Xian were the ones who stole the blueprint? Hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Zhong Meng did not answer. He only smiled. Then, he turned to look at Liu Huarong and asked, Liu Huarong, what do you mean? Liu Huarong was shocked when he heard Zhong Meng's question. However, he knew that this was a serious matter and did not dare to neglect it, so he quickly answered. Prince Zhong, senior brother Bai is right. Since the bronze box was found in third senior brother's room, it is enough to prove that the blueprint was stolen by third senior brother and Yi Xian. After hearing Liu Huarong's answer, Zhong Meng still did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at Tang Jianan and asked, Tang Jianan, what do you think? Tang Jianan quickly replied, Prince Zhong, although I don't understand what happened, since the bronze box was found in third junior brother's room, then this matter should be done by third junior brother and Yi Xian together. There should be no mistake about this. After hearing Tang Jianan's answer, Zhong Meng still did not say anything. Instead, he turned his head again and looked at LV Wenkang. He asked, LV Wenkang, you saw what happened just now. What do you think? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, LV Wenkang was stunned. For a moment, he did not say anything. Just now, when Zhong Meng asked Liu Huarong and Bai Jianmu questions, he had been watching from the side. This matter was of great importance. Therefore, from the beginning when Zhong Meng asked Liu Huarong to Bai Jianmu, LV Wenkang saw the whole process clearly. Originally, he always thought that Bai Jianmu was right. In the South County branch, the only person who knew the location of his master's blueprint was Yi Xian. Therefore, he always thought that the person who stole the blueprint could only be Yi Xian, who knew the location of the blueprint. Although he did not believe that Yi Xian would do such a thing, the only person who knew the location of the blueprint was Yi Xian. This was absolutely true. Therefore, he could only believe that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint like everyone else. However, after Zhong Meng's inquiry just now, he could see something. When Zhong Meng asked Liu Huarong, everything was normal. However, he was shocked when he asked Bai Jianmu's question Bai Jianmu. Bai Jianmu and Tang Jianan exchanged glances back and forth. Bai Jianmu thought that he was very discreet, but they had been exchanging glances for a long time. As long as one wasn't blind, one should be able to tell. After seeing Bai Jianmu, LV Wenkang did not think much of it at first, but as time passed, he realized that something was wrong. He had been standing in the hall the whole time. He naturally heard Zhong Meng's question to Liu Huarong clearly. Bai Jianmu did not know the answer to Tang Jianan's expression, so it took him a long time to understand what Tang Jianan was trying to say. However, LV Wenkang was different. He knew the correct answer to this question. Therefore, when he saw Tang Jianan raising his eyebrows and blinking his eyes, he understood what Tang Jianan was doing in just a moment. Tang Jianan was sending a message to Bai Jianmu, telling him the answer. After understanding this, LV Wenkang was a little uneasy, and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. If Bai Jianmu knew the answer to this question, he should be able to answer it very quickly. However, why did he need Tang Jianan to give him a hint? If what Bai Jianmu said was true, and this bronze box was found in Zhong Meng's room, then Bai Jianmu should have experienced the question that Zhong Meng asked him. No matter who it was, if they found such an important item under the bed, they would definitely be happy to share it with others. Therefore, after he came out from under the bed, he would definitely look for Liu Huarong and tell him the news. It could be said that as long as they experienced it, they would never forget it. Even if they temporarily forgot it, they would immediately remember it after thinking about it for a while. However, why didn't Bai Jianmu think about it? Why didn't Bai Jianmu recall what happened at that time? Why did he ask Tang Jianan to give him a hint? If it really happened, Bai Jianmu should be able to recall it himself without Tang Jianan's reminder. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang was more confused. All of a sudden, he seemed to understand something. Could it be that what Bai Jianmu said was a lie? Wasn't that bronze box found in Zhong Laji's room? Thinking of this possibility, LV Wenkang thought about it carefully again. After a long while, he was shocked to find that if it was true, it made sense that Bai Jianmu and Tang Jianan kept winking at each other. Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong's room was different from what they said. Naturally, the bronze box wasn't found in Zhong Laji's room. Bai Jianmu took it out directly. Since it was taken out directly, they naturally couldn't experience the question that Zhong Meng asked. Therefore, it was very difficult to answer this question. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang looked more carefully. He suddenly thought of another question. If Bai Jianmu was lying, then the bronze box that contained the blueprint actually belonged to him. He was framing Zhong Laji. What was the key to this question? If Bai Jianmu was suspicious, then what was going on with Tang Jianan, who kept winking at him? Could it be that Tang Jianan was also Bai Jianmu's accomplice? Only if they were accomplices would Tang Jianan do such a thing and give Bai Jianmu a hint. Thinking that Tang Jianan was also Bai Jianmu's accomplice, LV Wenkang's heart couldn't help but tremble. He thought of all the things that happened in the past, which made him more clear in his heart. He also understood that all of this was done by Bai Jianmu and Tang Jianan. Yi Xian, who was locked in the Repentance Pavilion, and the current biggest suspect, Zhong Laji, should be wronged. Just when LV Wenkang was suspicious, he heard Zhong Meng actually ask Liu Huarong to turn around and let him listen to Bai Jianmu's words. Hearing the name Liu Huarong, LV Wenkang's heart moved again. If Tang Jianan, who kept winking at Bai Jianmu, was Bai Jianmu's accomplice, then what was going on with Liu Huarong, who gave false evidence for Bai Jianmu? The answer to this question quickly came to a conclusion. LV Wenkang saw that not long after Liu Huarong turned around, he began to raise his eyebrows and wink at Bai Jianmu like Tang Jianan did. Seeing this scene, LV Wenkang suddenly understood why Liu Huarong testified for Bai Jianmu. The reason for all of this was because Liu Huarong was also Bai Jianmu's accomplice. This meant that Bai Jianmu, Tang Jianan, and Liu Huarong were definitely in the same group. Chapter 241. Hearing Zhong Meng's question, LV Wenkang snapped out of his deep thoughts. He looked at Tang Jianan and the other two in front of him and thought about Zhong Meng's question. After a long while, he sighed and said slowly, "I think there's something fishy going on. I think there's something fishy about this matter. Third junior brother should have been wronged." LV Wenkang's words immediately caused Bai Jianmu and the others to be greatly shocked. From the beginning, under Bai Jianmu's guidance, Although LV Wenkang didn't directly say that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint, he was more or less inclined to believe that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint. But now, he directly said that Zhong Leji was wronged. This was a big problem. In this situation, Bai Jianmu said that the bronze box was found in Zhong Leji's room, and Zhong Leji said that Bai Jianmu had wronged him. Under such circumstances, saying that Zhong Leji was wronged was equivalent to saying that the bronze box belonged to Bai Jianmu. Although LV Wenkang didn't directly say this sentence, everyone present already understood. Bai Jianmu was only stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. He hurriedly turned to look at LV Wenkang and asked loudly, "Senior brother, you're wrong. The bronze box was found in Zhong Leji's room. If I'm lying, then I have Liu Huarong to testify for me. How can you say that I wronged him? Eldest senior brother, you have to think clearly before you speak. Don't wrongly accuse a good person." At this moment, Tang Zhenan was also a little anxious. He hurriedly said loudly, "Eldest senior brother, don't be deceived by Zhong Leji. Did you forget that Zhong Leji asked me to accuse you of stealing the blueprint? I tried my best to defend you. Eldest senior brother, if I didn't defend you, I'm afraid that you would have been wrongly accused by Zhong Leji of stealing the blueprint. Eldest senior brother, do you still think that Zhong Anli was wrongly accused?" Hearing LV Wenkang's words, not only Bai Jianmu and Tang Zhenan were anxious, but Liu Huarong's forehead was suddenly covered in cold sweat. If eldest senior brother LV Wenkang also said that Zhong Leji was wronged, the consequences would be dire. Originally, no one was defending Yi Xian. The three of them could speak freely and slander Yi Xian and Zhong Leji. However, with eldest senior brother LV Wenkang defending Zhong Leji, their words would be questioned by their master. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong didn't wait for LV Wenkang to answer Tang Jian and Bai Jianmu. Eldest senior brother, the bronze box containing the blueprint was indeed found by senior brother Bai in third senior brother's room. I can definitely testify to this. Moreover, senior brother Bai had answered Prince Zhong's question correctly. Didn't that prove that senior brother Bai wasn't lying? Or could it be that eldest senior brother suspects both me and senior brother Bai? Hearing the questions of Bai Jianmu and the other two, LV Wenkang sighed in his heart. He was now completely certain that these three junior brothers were definitely in cahoots. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reacted like this. Thinking that this blueprint had actually caused his fellow brothers to turn against him, LV Wenkang felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He glanced at Bai Jianmu and the other two, sighed, and said slowly, "It's better for you guys not to quibble about this matter. As long as you take out the blueprint, I will definitely plead with Master not to freeze you guys. Quickly wake up and don't make any more mistakes." Hearing LV Wenkang's words, Bai Jianmu had a bad feeling. He knew that things were bad this time. However, at this point, he knew very well that even if he admitted defeat and took out the blueprint, he would probably no longer have a foothold in the South County branch. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu gritted his teeth and suddenly laughed out loud. "Eldest senior brother, I really didn't expect that now that the evidence is conclusive and you have this bronze box, you still want to defend Zhong Leji. Could it be that you actually stole the blueprint, eldest senior brother?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, LV Wenkang's heart instantly turned cold. He also knew very well that now, whoever had anything to do with this bronze box would be unlucky. What he didn't expect was that an outsider like him would be accused of stealing the blueprint by Bai Jianmu. Thinking of this, even LV Wenkang, who had always had a good temper, couldn't hold it in anymore. He suddenly turned his head to look at Bai Jianmu and shouted with his eyes wide open, "Bai Jianmu, don't talk nonsense. You pretended to find the bronze box in Zhong Leji's room and then used this bronze box to frame Zhong Leji. Do you think we don't know what you've done?" Hearing LV Wenkang's words, Bai Jianmu didn't panic. He only laughed coldly and continued, "Eldest senior brother, I don't know who's the one who's lying. Just now, we've already told Master that you can give up on all worldly matters in order to cultivate the art of mechanics. You can even not marry or have children. Naturally, your goal is to cultivate the art of mechanics. Eldest senior brother, you can say that the most important thing to you in this life is the art of mechanics. And this blueprint is exactly what you need. All of us are very clear that you have reached a bottleneck in your training in mechanical techniques. If you want to raise your attainments in mechanical techniques, you have to find another path. And this blueprint is something that can help you break through your bottleneck. Eldest senior brother, I don't believe that you can resist the temptation of such a huge benefit. Hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, LV Wenkang's old face flushed red. He hurriedly defended himself. Bai Zhenmu, you're talking about other people's private matters again. Whether I marry or not, whether I have children or not, what has that got to do with you? Although I like to cultivate the art of mechanics, I will definitely not steal Master's blueprint. I can swear to the heavens on this. Hearing that LV Wenkang wanted to swear to the heavens, Bai Zhenmu sneered in his heart. He knew that no matter who it was, when it came to swearing to the heavens, they would only swear to the heavens when they had no other choice. Now, LV Wenkang seemed to be swearing to the heavens. This proved that he could only rely on swearing to the heavens to defend himself against Bai Zhenmu's accusation. Other than that, there was no other way. This was because everything Bai Zhenmu said was true. Bai Zhenmu was not the only one who knew about this matter. Everyone in the South County branch knew about it. Even Sun Xinjing knew very well what kind of person his eldest disciple was. LV Wenkang had indeed never married or had children. His only hobby was to cultivate the art of mechanics. If such a person said that the blueprint was not attractive to him, it would definitely be a lie. LV Wenkang himself knew this very well. That was why he could not refute Bai Zhenmu's words. He could only rely on swearing to the heavens to defend himself. Other than this method, LV Wenkang really could not think of any other way to defend himself. Chapter 242. Bai Zhenmu said coldly, Eldest senior brother, swear. If swearing is useful, then Yi Xian, who was locked in the repentance pavilion, could swear in front of Master and he would be cleared of suspicion. Zhong Laji only needed to swear in front of Master and he could prove that the bronze box was not found in his room. Eldest senior brother, what's the use of swearing now? You can give up everything in order to practice the art of mechanics. Of course, you can also do whatever it takes to practice the art of mechanics. You chose to join forces with Yi Xian and Zhong Laji to steal Master's blueprint. Eldest senior brother, do you still need me to say your motives? LV Wenkang was not good with words. At this moment, he was so angry with Bai Zhenmu that he was speechless for a moment. Looking at LV Wenkang's red face, Bai Zhenmu did not want to let him go. He took a step forward and asked again. Eldest senior brother, you still don't dare to admit it. The evidence is conclusive. We can already prove that the bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's room. Then, you, the eldest senior brother, who is still speaking for him, must be related to him. Eldest senior brother, do you still want to deny it? Hearing this, LV Wenkang raised his trembling finger and pointed at Bai Zhenmu. He said angrily, Bai Zhenmu, you're talking nonsense. I'm not speaking for Zhong Laji. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not the only one who saw what the three of you did. Everyone saw it. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who suspects you. At this point, in order to increase the credibility of his words, LV Wenkang hurriedly turned his head to look at 7th junior brother Mai Guangji and asked loudly, 7th junior brother, you saw it just now. Am I lying? Hearing eldest senior brother's question, Mai Guangji hesitated for a moment but still shook his head. Seeing Mai Guangji shake his head, LV Wenkang was overjoyed. He quickly turned to look at Bai Zhenmu and said loudly, Bai Zhenmu, you saw it too. I'm not the only one who said that. You can ask 7th junior brother. He must have the same opinion as me. At this moment, Bai Zhenmu finally realized that something was wrong. He turned to look at Mai Guangji and his eyes gradually turned cold. Eldest senior brother LV Wenkang dared to oppose him. He had nothing to say, but a mere 7th junior brother actually dared to oppose his opinion. 7th junior brother, do you also think that Zhong Laji was framed, and that I was the one who stole the blueprint? In the end, Bai Zhenmu's tone became a little cold. Bai Zhenmu had already made up his mind. If this insignificant Mai Guangji dared to doubt his good deeds, he wouldn't mind making Mai Guangji suffer a little. Looking at Bai Zhenmu's cold eyes, Mai Guangji was a little scared. He subconsciously took a step back, but hit the wall behind him. Looking at the terrified Mai Guangji, Bai Jianmu sneered and asked again, "Seventh junior brother, do you think I wronged Zhong Laji or eldest senior brother wronged me?" Seeing Bai Jianmu chasing after him step by step, Mai Guangji was really a little afraid. As a member of the South County branch, Mai Guangji knew Bai Jianmu's martial arts and methods very well. If he angered Bai Jianmu, he would definitely suffer. However, he had also seen the performance of Bai Jianmu, Tang Jianan, and Liu Huarong just now. Although he didn't say anything, he was already certain that Bai Jianmu was lying. Although he really wanted to say this fact, looking at Bai Jianmu's cold eyes, Mai Guangji didn't dare to say it. He could only turn his head to look at his master, hoping that his master could help him through this difficult situation. Seeing Bai Jianmu asking back and forth in the hall, Sun Xinjing was already furious. Through the performance of Bai Jianmu and the other two just now, Sun Xinjing already understood that Bai Jianmu was most likely the one who stole the blueprint. If Bai Jianmu wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, why would he lie? Why didn't he know the answer to Zhong Meng's simple question? If Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong had experienced Zhong Meng's question, then Bai Jianmu would definitely answer it. However, Bai Jianmu didn't answer it. He still needed Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong's hints to answer it correctly. What did this mean? It meant that Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong didn't experience that process. The bronze box wasn't found in Zhong Laji's room. Since the bronze box wasn't found in Zhong Laji's room, then where did the bronze box come from? There was only one explanation. The bronze box belonged to Bai Jianmu. Therefore, Bai Jianmu could use the bronze box to frame Zhong Laji. Otherwise, Bai Jianmu wouldn't have the bronze box. This hateful Bai Jianmu made such a big mistake, yet he still had the face to blame others. If it wasn't for wanting to see what else Zhong Meng had to say, Sun Xinjing would have already given the order to arrest them. At this moment, seeing Mai Guangji's pleading gaze, Sun Xinjing knew that if he didn't say anything, Bai Jianmu might do something. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing didn't wait for Zhong Meng anymore. He shouted directly, "Bai Jianmu, what do you want to do?" Bai Jianmu heard this and knew that things weren't good. He quickly turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. "Master, disciple suspects that senior brother is also related to this case. Master, please investigate." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing was angered to the point of laughing. This reckless thing, even now, he was still criticizing others. "Bai Jianmu, you keep saying that this and that are suspicious. Haven't you thought that you are the most suspicious?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Jianmu's expression changed. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Master, disciple is loyal. How can I be suspicious? Moreover, disciple has already found the bronze box in Zhong Laji's room. Now that the evidence is conclusive, it's a good opportunity to trace the whereabouts of the blueprint. Master, please give the order for disciple to investigate this matter." When Sun Xinjing heard this, he was so angry that he was speechless. Bai Jianmu actually wanted him to give the order for him to investigate this matter. What a joke! If he agreed, he was afraid that this blueprint would never be found. Thinking of this, when Sun Xinjing was about to speak, Zhong Meng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Bai Jianmu, even now, you're still trying to quibble. Could it be that you only feel that you can fool us?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu was stunned. A chill surged from his heart and he couldn't help but shiver. However, Bai Jianmu was definitely not someone who would admit defeat easily. He turned to look at Zhong Meng and sneered. "Prince Zhong, what do you mean by this? Did I answer your question wrong?" Zhong Meng heard this and shook his head. He said slowly, "Bai Jianmu, your answer is completely correct." Chapter 243. After listening to Zhong Meng's answer, Bai Jianmu sneered. "Prince Zhong, since I'm not lying, does that mean that the bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's room?" Looking at Bai Jianmu's confident face, Zhong Meng couldn't figure out where his confidence came from. Just now, the three of them were exchanging glances. Did they think that everyone else was blind and couldn't see it? However, Zhong Meng felt that Bai Jianmu had a strong fighting spirit and was quite interesting. He wanted to tease him, so he said with a smile, "Bai Jianmu, Yi Xian was locked up because everyone thought that he was the one who stole the blueprint. That's why he was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion. At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before he continued, in that case, let's do another experiment today to see if everyone thinks you're a suspect. If everyone thinks you're a suspect, you'll be locked up in the Penitence Pavilion as a suspect, just like Yi Xian. After saying this, Zhong Meng looked at Bai Zhenmu and asked with a smile. Bai Zhenmu, what do you think of my proposal? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Zhenmu's face suddenly changed and he said loudly, Prince Zhong, what you're doing is a little inappropriate. Zhong Meng heard this and asked doubtfully, Bai Zhenmu, what's inappropriate about it? Back then, Yi Xian was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion and treated as a suspect because everyone thought that he was a suspect. In other words, if everyone thinks that you are a suspect, why can't they treat you as a suspect? Is there something different between you and Yi Xian? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Bai Zhenmu was stunned. Back then, when everyone thought that Yi Xian was a suspect, they did think so. Although it had the effect of guiding everyone's thoughts, Sun Xinjing still had a lot of influence on everyone's opinion. Bai Zhenmu never thought that Zhong Meng would use this method to deal with him. If everyone said that he was suspicious, then he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu quickly said, Prince Zhong, you may not know this, but the reason why you think that Yi Xian is suspicious is because he is the only one who knows the location where my master put the blueprint. No one else knows. It was also for this reason that everyone thought Yi Xian was suspicious. As for me, I don't know where master put the blueprint. Even if everyone pointed me out, I wouldn't have the chance to steal master's blueprint. Therefore, these two matters cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Naturally, they cannot be dealt with in the same way. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's explanation, Zhong Meng laughed. This Bai Zhenmu was really cunning. He could actually think of so many reasons to defend himself. It's just that Zhong Meng likes to see him in a state of ignorance even though he knows that he's being suspected. It's really interesting. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng looked at Bai Zhenmu and said with a smile, Bai Zhenmu, I think that just because you know the location where your master put the blueprint, you suspect that Yi Xian is the person who stole the blueprint. This is too ridiculous. Bai Zhenmu sneered when he heard this. Prince Zhong, do you think that us brothers would peek at the location where master put the blueprint? Zhong Meng nodded when he heard this. That's right. What's so strange about that? If you wanted to steal the blueprint, you would definitely look for the location where it was put. Otherwise, how could you steal it? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Zhenmu was furious. However, in front of his master, he didn't want to make things irreparable. He could only suppress his anger and speak coldly. Prince Zhong, you can't say that. What makes you think that I would steal master's blueprint? If you don't have evidence, I hope that Prince Zhong won't say such things again. It's easy for others to misunderstand and think that I, Bai Zhenmu, am the person who stole the blueprint. Seeing Bai Zhenmu defend himself with righteous words, Zhong Meng laughed in his heart. Bai Zhenmu, what kind of evidence do you think we need to prove that you are the person who stole the blueprint? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Bai Zhenmu's face changed abruptly. He looked at Zhong Meng with a cold gaze. He took a step forward and got closer to Zhong Meng before asking coldly, Young Master Zhong, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you're suspecting me? After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Zhong Meng hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. Bai Zhenmu, you misunderstood. This is just an example. Of course, this example can be used on others. Since you don't want to use it on yourself, let's change it to someone else. Speaking of this, Zhong Meng's gaze moved slightly and saw Liu Huarong next to him. He pointed at him and said with a smile, Since you don't want to use it on yourself, let's use it on Liu Huarong. Speaking of this, Zhong Meng's gaze turned back to Bai Zhenmu. Bai Zhenmu, if Liu Huarong stole the blueprint, what kind of evidence do we need to prove that Liu Huarong stole the blueprint? Hearing Zhong Meng's example, Liu Huarong was shocked. Although he didn't steal the blueprint, he still felt a little guilty that he and Bai Zhenmu conspired to frame Zhong Laji. Seeing that Zhong Meng wasn't using him as an example, Bai Zhenmu felt a little better. Then, he thought for a moment and said, If I want to prove that Liu Huarong stole the blueprint, I naturally have to find the blueprint. Zhong Meng nodded and asked again, In that case, Zhonglaji and Yi Xian are not suspect. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu was almost choking with anger. He said angrily, "Why are Yi Xian and Zhonglaji not suspects?" Zhong Meng heard this and spread out his hands. "Didn't you just say that if we want to prove who stole the blueprint, we have to find the blueprint from him? Look, we didn't find the blueprint from Yi Xian and Zhonglaji." Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu was a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken the blueprint out of the bronze box to frame Zhonglaji. He would have just placed it in Zhonglaji's room. At that time, no one would be able to say anything. However, it had already happened, and there was no use regretting it. Bai Jianmu could only reply, "Prince Zhong, since the bronze box containing the blueprint was found in Zhonglaji's room, then the blueprint must be in his hands. If I use a little trick on Zhonglaji, I will definitely make him reveal the location of the blueprint." Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu turned his head and looked at Sun Xinjing. He clasped his fist and said, "Master, please allow your disciple to use some tricks to retrieve the blueprint from Zhonglaji as soon as possible." After listening to Bai Jianmu's question, Sun Xinjing shook his head without hesitation. At this point, he had already begun to suspect Bai Jianmu. Although the blueprint hadn't been found yet, looking at the situation in front of him, the blueprint was most likely with Bai Jianmu. Chapter 244. Seeing that Sun Xinjing did not answer immediately, Bai Jianmu cupped his fists again and said, "Master, the matter of the blueprint is of great importance. Even if you can't bear it anymore, you have to find the blueprint as soon as possible. Master, please give the order for me to investigate this matter. I believe that it won't be long before the blueprint is found." When he said this, a trace of coldness flashed in Bai Jianmu's eyes. He had already made up his mind. If Sun Xinjing agreed to his request, then he would definitely not show mercy. He would deal a heavy blow and kill Yi Xian and Zhonglaji or cripple them. In short, he could not give them any chance to turn the tables. After dealing with these two people, he would take out the blueprint and say that he got it from these two people. This matter would be perfectly resolved. After Yi Xian and Zhonglaji were dealt with, he would definitely become the leader of the South County branch. At that time, the blueprint that he had returned to Sun Xinjing would be in his hands again. And this was the real reason why Bai Jianmu only took out the bronze box. Looking at Bai Jianmu, who was still chattering, Sun Xinjing felt disgusted. He could only turn to look at Zhong Meng and ask, "Prince Zhong, what do you think we should do about this matter?" Sun Xinjing had already thought it through. He did not care about this matter anymore. Let Prince Zhong have a headache. Seeing that Sun Xinjing actually asked Zhong Meng for his opinion, Bai Jianmu was stunned for a moment. He knew very well how Sun Xinjing felt about wanting to find the blueprint. Therefore, he wanted to use this to kill Yi Xian and Zhonglaji. What he did not expect was that Sun Xinjing did not care anymore and directly threw the problem to Prince Zhong. Through this period of contact, Bai Jianmu could tell that the Prince Zhong in front of him wasn't as easy to fool as his master. Most importantly, in such a short period of time, this Prince Zhong actually began to suspect him. Not only that, through his questioning of Liu Huarong, even eldest senior brother LV Wenkang began to suspect him. Seeing that his master was going to let Zhong Meng handle this matter, Bai Jianmu hurriedly said loudly, "Master, it's not appropriate to do this. The blueprint is a treasure of our sect, and Prince Zhong is just an outsider. What's more, Prince Zhong is still a suspect. How can we let him handle this matter? Master, please think twice." As he said this, Bai Jianmu secretly swore in his heart that when Prince Zhong left, he would capture him halfway and make him beg for his life. Even if he begged for his death, it would not be that easy. He would let him know that meddling in other people's business would not end well. Thinking that Zhong Meng would beg for mercy in a while, Bai Jianmu couldn't help but sneer. Bai Jianmu had this confidence because his martial arts were strong. Not to mention the South County branch, even in the South County, there were not many people who were his match. What's more, this Prince Zhong in front of him was not very old. Even if he started cultivating from a young age, how high could his martial arts be? Moreover, calling the person in front of him Prince Zhong was too flattering. Looking at his clothes, he was definitely not from a big family. Speaking of which, This Prince Zhong in front of him had neither a strong background nor outstanding martial arts. What right did he have to fight with him? Looking at the cold light flashing in Bai Jianmu's eyes, Zhong Meng laughed in his heart. This Bai Jianmu really didn't know what was good for him. If he wanted to deal with him, he could deal with him with just a breath of air. Seeing that Bai Jianmu didn't want him to take care of this matter, Zhong Meng deliberately said, "Branch leader son, I think Bai Jianmu doesn't want me to take care of this matter. Why don't you take care of it yourself?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but be taken aback. After reacting, he hurriedly said, "Prince Zhong, the blueprint is of great importance. Please do your best to investigate and try to find the blueprint as soon as possible." Zhong Meng heard this and said with a smile, "Since branch leader Sun says so, then I won't be polite." Sun Xinjing didn't say anything and nodded. Zhong Meng then turned to look at Bai Jianmu and said with a smile, "Bai Jianmu, you also saw that your master asked me to take care of this matter, so I can only take care of it." At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. "By the way, where were we just now? It seems that Zhong Laji has no suspicions. Bai Jianmu, am I right?" Hearing the conversation between Zhong Meng and Sun Xinjing, Bai Jianmu had a bad feeling in his heart. He originally wanted Sun Xinjing to order him to investigate this matter. Then he could use this opportunity to get rid of Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. He didn't expect that Sun Xinjing actually trusted Zhong Meng so much that he actually let Zhong Meng handle this matter. This Prince Zhong wasn't easy to deal with. The key was that he couldn't teach him a lesson in public. However, if he didn't teach this Prince Zhong a lesson, this Prince Zhong would always target him. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu hurriedly cupped his fists to Sun Xinjing again and said, "Master, it's a bit inappropriate to let an outsider handle such an important matter. If Prince Zhong has evil intentions and takes the opportunity to steal the blueprint, it will be too late to regret. Master, please reconsider and prevent this from happening." After listening to Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing looked at Bai Jianmu with a serious gaze and asked in a deep voice, "Bai Jianmu, do you have any objections to my decision?" Seeing that his master was angry, Bai Jianmu was shocked and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Master, this disciple didn't mean that. This disciple wants to say that this blueprint is extremely precious. If it is taken by an outsider, I'm afraid we will be ashamed to face our founder. Master, please reconsider. Master, this blueprint is half of our founder's life's work. It can't be taken by an outsider. Enough." Hearing this, Sun Xinjing slammed the table and said angrily, "Bai Jianmu, don't tell me you don't want to abide by your master's decision." Seeing this, Bai Jianmu knew that this was bad. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, I don't dare." Seeing that Bai Jianmu admitted his mistake, Sun Xinjing's anger subsided a little. He said slowly, "Since you don't dare, then listen to Prince Zhong's inquiry from the side." At this moment, after seeing this scene, Tang Jianan knew that this was bad. He had been watching everything that was happening in front of him. Whether it was Zhong Meng's inquiry or Sun Xinjing's behavior, they all gave him the illusion that these people were targeting Bai Jianmu at this moment. Not only did Sun Xinjing change, but even Zhong Laji, who had been anxious all this time, regained his composure at this moment. There was even a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Bai Jianmu asked his master to let him handle this matter, but not only did Sun Xinjing not agree, he even gave the authority to deal with this matter to Zhong Meng. At the beginning, Bai Jianmu had asked to use some tricks on Zhong Laji. Tang Jianan remembered very clearly that Sun Xinjing didn't say anything against it at that time, which meant that he had tacitly approved of Bai Jianmu's actions. Why did it become like this now? Chapter 245. Tang Jianan knew very well what Sun Xinjing's change meant. Sun Xinjing was starting to suspect Bai Jianmu. If Sun Xinjing suspected Bai Jianmu, didn't that mean that he was also under suspicion? Because during this period, he had been on Bai Jianmu's side and kept speaking up for him. Also, Liu Huarong testified for Bai Jianmu. Under such circumstances, Sun Xinjing still suspected Bai Jianmu. Didn't that mean that all three of them were under suspicion? Thinking of this, the cold sweat that had calmed down once again flowed down Tang Jianan's forehead. Tang Jianan knew very well what would be waiting for him if he failed. Seeing his master reject Bai Jianmu's request, Tang Jianan only felt the chill in his heart getting heavier. He couldn't help but shiver. Subconsciously, Tang Jianan turned to look at Liu Huarong to see if he had any ideas. It was better if he didn't look. When he saw Liu Huarong's appearance, he was also shocked. At this moment, Liu Huarong's face was as pale as paper. The cold sweat on his forehead kept flowing down his cheeks. Not only that, if one looked carefully, they could even see that his body was trembling slightly. Seeing Liu Huarong like this, Tang Jianan's heart once again felt a sense of regret. He swore that if he had the chance to do it all over again, he would never make such a choice again. But things had already come to this point. He could only go on desperately because as long as he stopped, he would immediately fall into a bottomless abyss and never be able to climb out. What should I do? Tang Jianan kept thinking, trying to find a way to solve this matter. Now, the most important thing was this Prince Zhong. Before Prince Zhong appeared, the plan of the three of them was going well. It could even be said that with the efforts of the three of them, they had completely gained the upper hand. If Prince Zhong didn't appear, the bronze box that Bai Zhenmu took out would have caused Zhong Laji to fall into the abyss. Zhong Laji would have seen the dawn of victory. Unfortunately, Prince Zhong appeared. As soon as he appeared, he extinguished their dawn of victory and returned this matter to its original state. No, it was worse than that. At the very least, Sun Xinjing didn't suspect the three of them in the beginning. This meant that if Prince Zhong didn't interfere, this matter would be easy to handle. However, how could he make Prince Zhong not interfere in this matter? Thinking of this, Tang Jianan suddenly had an idea. Bai Zhenmu had accused Zhong and Prince Zhong were in cahoots, so he could make a move. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan could no longer hold it in. He knew that at this moment, it was either life or death. He had no choice. Tang Jianan took a step forward and cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing. Master, although this has nothing to do with me, I have the same thoughts as junior brother Bai. This blueprint is too important. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's related to the future of our South County branch. How can we let outsiders handle such an important matter? Master, let's not talk about anything else. If outsiders find out about this matter, what will they say? Is there no one else in our South County branch? If we let outsiders handle such an important matter, won't the world laugh at our South County branch for having no one? Master, please think twice. For the sake of the South County branch's reputation, in order to prevent that blueprint from being leaked to the outside world, please take it back. Our South County branch can handle it ourselves. This way, outsiders won't laugh at our South County branch for having no one. Seeing Tang Jianan jump out to speak, Liu Huarong's eyebrows twitched subconsciously. Just now, when he saw Sun Xinjing suspecting Bai Zhenmu, Liu Huarong was almost stunned. This was because he knew very well that if Bai Zhenmu was suspected, he would not be able to escape. This was because he was the one who testified for Bai Zhenmu. Since Bai Zhenmu was lying, then he, Liu Huarong, was also lying. Thinking that his and Bai Zhenmu's plan had been seen through by his master, Liu Huarong felt as if the sky had collapsed. His future was all in the South County branch. Even if his master did not punish him severely, even if he was chased out of the South County branch, he would definitely not have a good ending. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong felt a little desperate. At this moment, he heard Tang Jianan's voice. After hearing Tang Jianan's voice, Liu Huarong's low mood was suddenly awakened. He suddenly remembered that if the situation continued to develop like this, the outcome would definitely be very tragic. Since he knew that the outcome would be very tragic if he continued, why not fight for it? Just like Bai Zhenmu and Tang Jianan, he could find a way out of adversity. Seeing Tang Jianan's performance and recalling what he said, Liu Huarong suddenly realized that the key now was Prince Zhong. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong thought for a moment and quickly took a step forward. He cupped his fists and said to Sun Xinjing, Master, senior brother Tang and senior brother Bai are right. Now that the whereabouts of the blueprint are unknown, it's really inappropriate for an outsider to handle this matter. Senior brother Bai has already said that Prince Zhong is a suspect. Master, we can't be too careful now. What if Prince Zhong really has a connection with third senior brother and let Prince Zhong handle this matter? Wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into the house? wouldn't we also give the blueprint to someone else? In other words, even if Prince Zhong and third senior brother were not in cahoots, when Prince Zhong found out about the preciousness of this blueprint, would he be tempted? Would he think of a way to take it for himself? Master, we have to guard against these problems. The blueprint is of great importance, we can't afford any mistakes. If we let Prince Zhong handle this matter, even if the blueprint is found, will Prince Zhong take it out? Who can guarantee that he will take it out? Or even if he takes it out, what if he memorizes the contents of the blueprint? When the time comes, the contents of the blueprint will definitely be leaked out. Master, you have to think thrice. Although this disciple is just guessing, if this disciple's guess is correct, then this blueprint will no longer be our Tianji sect's treasure. It will soon be leaked out. Master, this disciple is begging you. For the 100 years of Tianji sect's foundation, you have to think thrice. You can't let outsiders take advantage of this. After hearing Tang Jian'an's words, Sun Xinjing's anger gradually subsided. He began to consider the meaning of his words. After hearing Liu Huarong's words, he began to hesitate. Liu Huarong was right. What he said was all his guesses. However, if it really happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhong Meng and Zhong Laji were accomplices. Zhong Meng came to the South County branch at this time to bring the blueprint out. Although this possibility had been ruled out, no one dared to rule it out before the blueprint was found. Chapter 246. Liu Huarong's words were very clear. Even if Zhong Meng was not on the same side as Zhong Meng, if Zhong Meng was handling this case and saw the blueprint, would he be tempted? Would he have the idea of taking this blueprint for himself? Even if Zhong Meng did not steal this blueprint, what if he remembered it? If there was a chance, what if he copied it again? The most precious part of this blueprint was the newly developed mechanism technique. If outsiders knew about it, this blueprint wouldn't be so precious anymore. Thinking about what Liu Huarong said, Sun Xinjing hesitated again. If what Liu Huarong said really happened, then it was really too late to regret. Now, the situation of the case was basically clear. So, should Zhong Meng continue to interrogate? If he let Zhong Meng quit now, would Zhong Meng be unhappy? After all, this case had a clue, and it was Zhong Meng who found it. Was it really good to kick him away like this? However, if he really let Zhong Meng handle it fully, in the end, he would definitely see the blueprint. At that time, he really wanted to take the blueprint for himself like what Liu Huarong said. What should I do? Sun Xinjing really couldn't make up his mind. On one hand, he didn't want the blueprint to be known by outsiders. On the other hand, he felt sorry for Zhong Meng. These two thoughts kept wandering in his mind, making him unable to choose for a while. Seeing Sun Xinjing's hesitation, Bai Jianmu was suddenly overjoyed. He knew that his master Sun Xinjing listened to what he just said, so he felt difficult to choose. Bai Jianmu knew that at this time, he must add fuel to the fire for his master and help him make up his mind. Otherwise, Sun Xinjing's determination was really hard to imagine. However, Bai Jianmu was very clear that this fire couldn't be burned by him. It must be burned by others. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu winked at Tang Jian'an. Seeing that Tang Jian'an was looking over, Bai Jianmu subtly shifted his gaze to LV Wenkang. Seeing Bai Jianmu's gaze, Tang Jian'an was first stunned, then he saw Bai Jianmu's gaze turn to eldest senior brother LV Wenkang. Tang Jian'an thought for a moment, then nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. Tang Jian'an took light steps and slowly came to LV Wenkang's side. Although LV Wenkang was looking at his master, he was actually thinking about something. Just now, he had heard Liu Huarong's words in his heart. He was also very clear that this kind of thing was very likely to happen. LV Wenkang knew better than anyone how precious that blueprint was. Although he didn't ask his master for it, he had imagined countless times what was on that blueprint. LV Wenkang really wanted to get that blueprint. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to cross this bottleneck, he would need the accumulation of time, because it was experience. Only by relying on a large amount of time to accumulate a large amount of experience would he be able to bring his mechanic techniques to a new level. Of course, there was another way, which was something like this blueprint. LV Wenkang believed that if he saw the things on this blueprint, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. He would break through the bottleneck that he had not broken through for a long time and reach a new height. It could even be said that LV Wenkang wanted this blueprint more than anyone else because this was the time when he needed it. When he heard Liu Huarong's words, he suddenly felt a sense of indignation. If what Liu Huarong said was true, Zhong Meng and Zhong Laji were accomplices. He came here to take the blueprint out. If that was the case, LV Wenkang would have no chance at all. The second possibility was that Zhong Meng saw the blueprint and stole it. This result was not something that LV Wenkang was willing to accept. As the eldest senior brother of the South County branch, he had not even seen the blueprint before, but it was stolen by an outsider. This was something that he could not forgive no matter what. However, even if he knew this was the outcome, even if he was the eldest senior brother of the South County branch, what could he change? Just as LV Wenkang was deep in thought, he suddenly felt someone approaching. He quickly turned his head and saw that it was Tang Zhenan. Seeing that it was Tang Zhenan, LV Wenkang was puzzled, but he did not say anything. He only looked at Tang Zhenan with a puzzled expression. Tang Zhenan did not stand on ceremony. He walked directly to LV Wenkang's side, bent down, and whispered into LV Wenkang's ear. Eldest senior brother, this matter is a little inappropriate. At this point, Tang Zhenan saw LV Wenkang's eyes suddenly widen. Eldest senior brother, no matter who did this case, it's still our South County branch's matter. If we let an outsider handle this matter, do you think it's appropriate? At this point, Tang Zhenan did not wait for LV Wenkang's reply and continued. This blueprint is extremely precious. If Prince Zhong finds out about it during his investigation, who can guarantee that he won't be tempted? If he has evil intentions and takes the opportunity to steal the blueprint, that would be terrible. Eldest senior brother, even you haven't seen this blueprint before, let alone the rest of us. If it were to be taken by an outsider, we would be really unwilling to accept it. Eldest senior brother, you have to think of a way. We can't let this happen. Otherwise, once it happens, it'll be too late to regret it. While saying this, Tang Zhenan had been staring at LV Wenkang's every move. Although LV Wenkang did not do anything else, his frown was getting tighter and tighter, allowing Tang Zhenan to see what he was thinking. Sure enough, just as Tang Zhenan had thought, after a long while, LV Wenkang turned his head and asked in a low voice. I know very well what you said, but this is Master's decision. I can't do anything about it. After hearing LV Wenkang's reply, Tang Zhenan was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly replied in a low voice. Eldest senior brother, this matter is easy to handle. As long as you go forward and explain this matter clearly to Master, I think Master will definitely hear you. At this point, Tang Zhenan's tone paused for a while before speaking in an even lower tone. Eldest senior brother, no matter who stole that blueprint, it can't escape from us. During this period of time, no one has left the mountain. This means that this blueprint is still on the mountain. If we investigate this matter ourselves, no matter where the blueprint is found, the contents of this blueprint will not be known by outsiders. But if Prince Zhong gets hold of it, then it'll be a disaster. Eldest senior brother, for the reputation of the sect, for the safety of the blueprint, I think you have the responsibility to mention this matter to Master. After hearing Tang Zhenan's words, LV Wenkang's frown deepened. He had to admit that Tang Zhenan's words hit the nail on the head. Although the blueprint was lost, it was definitely stolen by one of their own. Chapter 247. However, once the blueprint was obtained by Zhong Meng, the contents of the blueprint would be leaked to the outside world. After a while, Tang Zhenan looked at LV Wenkang and gritted his teeth. He was overjoyed as he knew that LV Wenkang had finally made up his mind. Sure enough, it was the same as what Tang Zhenan thought. LV Wenkang gritted his teeth and took 2 steps forward. He cupped his fist and said to the hesitant son Xinjing, Master, disciple thinks that it makes sense to have the ability. Now, we can basically confirm that the person who stole the blueprint is among us. This means that the blueprint has not been known to outsiders. Moreover, this case also has some clues. Disciple thinks that if we let Prince Zhong continue the interrogation, it would be inappropriate. Master, Please take back your order and think about it at length. Sun Xinjing, who had been thinking with his head down, did not see the conversation between Tang Jianan and LV Wenkang. He thought that LV Wenkang thought of these words himself. Just now, when Bai Jianmu and the other two talked about this matter, Sun Xinjing hesitated in his heart, but he could not make up his mind. At this moment, after hearing LV Wenkang's words, his heart wavered again. Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong were in cahoots with Bai Jianmu. Sun Xinjing already had some doubts about this. Therefore, although their words made sense, Sun Xinjing was still not convinced. He was still hesitant. However, LV Yongkang was different. Sun Xinjing could be sure that LV Wenkang would never collude with anyone. What he said was also what he thought in his heart. It would not be influenced by anyone. In fact, the problem that Liu Huarong mentioned was the problem that Sun Xinjing was worried about. However, in order to find the blueprint as soon as possible, he let Zhong Hanyang handle this matter. However, what LV Wenkang and the others said made Sun Xinjing reconsider this problem again. If the secret of the blueprint was discovered by Zhong Meng, it was no different from the blueprint being stolen by outsiders. Moreover, what LV Wenkang said just now was very reasonable. The person who stole the blueprint was one of their own. This meant that the blueprint had not been known to outsiders. However, if Zhong Meng continued to investigate, it would be hard to say. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing finally made up his mind. He turned to look at Zhong Meng and said slowly, "Prince Zhong, this is a serious matter. I think we should investigate it ourselves." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng nodded and replied with a smile. "Since Division Master Sun doesn't want me to get involved in this matter, I will naturally not get involved. Please rest assured, Division Master Sunday." Although Zhong Meng had promised Sun Xinjing that he would not interfere in this matter, he felt that it was really funny. It was just a matter of losing a blueprint, but these people actually made it so complicated. The most important thing was that Sun Xinjing actually believed the words of Bai Jianmu and the others. This was really, however, Sun Xinjing couldn't be blamed for believing it when he thought about it the other way around. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. That blueprint was incomparably precious. Who knew if Zhong Meng would have evil intentions after seeing that blueprint and take the opportunity to steal it? In order to prevent such an accident from happening, Sun Xinjing's actions were understandable. At this moment, after hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Jianmu was ecstatic. He could already tell that Prince Zhong was not easy to deal with. He might have already discovered his secret. If he continued to ask, he might really succeed. Now that his master did not want him to interfere, this matter was easy to handle. Although he was now a suspect, Bai Jianmu did not care. As long as Prince Zhong did not interfere in this matter, it would be easy for him to deceive his master. Since Zhong Meng was not involved in this matter, the following questioning would naturally be done by Sun Xinjing himself. Sun Xinjing recalled what Zhong Meng said just now, then turned to look at Bai Jianmu and asked slowly, "Bai Jianmu, what else do you have to say?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's first question, Bai Jianmu was taken aback. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Master, why do you say this? Did I do something wrong?" Sun Xinjing snorted coldly and asked sternly, "Bai Jianmu, don't think that we didn't notice that when Prince Zhong asked you that question just now, he deliberately asked the wrong question, and you didn't know the answer to the question. Isn't this enough to prove something?" Hearing that Sun Xinjing was asking about this matter, Bai Jianmu was a little relieved. If it was Zhong Meng who asked this question, Bai Jianmu would have to think about it carefully before answering. However, Bai Jianmu was not worried about Sun Xinjing's question. He just thought for a moment and said, "Master, could it be that my answer just now was different from junior brother Liu's answer?" Sun Xinjing sneered. "Bai Jianmu, your answer was the same as Liu Huarong's answer. There was no mistake at all." At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment. Then, he continued in a louder voice. "Bai Jianmu, do you think that everyone is blind? How did you answer the correct question? Did you think that we couldn't see it? Your answer was only possible because Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong signaled to you with their eyes." At this point, Sun Xinjing's voice paused. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Bai Jianmu and shouted in a stern voice. Bai Jianmu, tell me. If you really knew the answer, why did you need others to give you a hint? Bai Jianmu had already guessed Sun Xinjing's question because he also knew that his only flaw was that Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong gave him the answer. Although this flaw was very obvious and everyone saw it, how could such a small problem stump Bai Jianmu? Impossible. After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Bai Jianmu didn't even think about it and cupped his fists. Master, I'll tell you the truth. I really can't answer the question that Prince Zhong asked just now. After hearing Bai Jianmu's answer, Sun Xinjing suddenly reached out and slammed the table. He said angrily, in that case, do you still dare to say that the bronze box belongs to Zhong Laji? Seeing their master's anger, everyone present was scared out of their wits. Tang Jianan was so scared that his face turned ashen. He originally thought that after eldest senior brother spoke, his master would change his mind and this would be their chance to turn the tables. But he didn't expect Bai Jianmu to directly admit that the three of them had cheated. At this moment, Tang Jianan was really scared. He stared at Bai Jianmu and stomped his feet on the ground. If the situation was slightly wrong, he would immediately turn around and run. Even if he ran out of the southern branch, it would be better than being locked up in the Repent Pavilion. Liu Huarong secretly scolded Bai Jianmu for being incompetent. The situation was gradually improving, but this Bai Jianmu actually directly admitted it. Liu Huarong believed that as long as Bai Jianmu didn't admit it, Sun Xinjing wouldn't do anything to him. This was because this kind of thing was based on words alone. It wasn't enough to be used as real evidence. Chapter 248. He had spent so much effort to get such a good situation, but it was all ruined by Bai Jianmu's words. If Bai Jianmu's martial arts were not higher than Liu Huarong's, Liu Huarong swore that he would definitely rush over and beat Bai Jianmu up. Just when everyone was uncertain, Bai Jianmu did not panic because he had plenty of ways to deal with Sun Xinjing. Bai Jianmu also thought about denying that he had cheated just like Liu Huarong said. However, doing so would only make Sun Xinjing more suspicious. Although there was no clear evidence, being suspected by Sun Xinjing would affect his future. In order to make Sun Xinjing believe him, Bai Jianmu decided to use another method to completely remove his suspicion. Just when Sun Xinjing was about to order the arrest, Bai Jianmu stepped forward and said, Master, I'm telling the truth. I really don't know the answer to that question because I forgot. Sun Xinjing was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he asked doubtfully, Forgot? Why did you forget? How could you forget such an important thing? Bai Jianmu smiled and said, Master, what's so strange about this? I found this box under the bed at that time and was overjoyed. Even if I forgot about it, what's so strange about it? Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu's tone paused before he continued. What's more, I know that Master has been worried about this blueprint every day. When I found this box under the bed, the first thing I thought of was to bring this bronze box to Master as soon as possible so that Master can rest assured. Master, think about it. At that time, I didn't notice where junior brother Liu was standing. Is that strange? After listening to Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing was stunned again. What Bai Jianmu said was very likely to happen. When a person was in a state of ecstasy, it was really not strange that he did not notice the people or scenery around him. Liu Huarong, who originally thought that Bai Jianmu was useless, was overjoyed when he heard his words. This was definitely a stroke of genius, directly using a reasonable method to solve this problem that he didn't know about. Seeing Sun Xinjing's doubtful expression, Liu Huarong did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Master, what senior brother Bai said is true. At that time, Disciple was standing behind senior brother Bai. After seeing him take out the box from under the bed with a face full of joy, Disciple happily ran out of the room. To be honest, senior brother Bai really did not see where I was. Prince Zhong's question was too strange. In order to prove that senior martial brother Bai wasn't suspicious, second senior martial brother and I kept winking at him to make him answer this question. After Liu Huarong finished speaking, Tang Jianan hurriedly stepped forward. Master, although this disciple doesn't usually interact with junior brother Bai, I also know that he won't lie. Moreover, if the bronze box was his, As long as he didn't take it out, no one would suspect him. Why would he do something so unnecessary and make himself even more suspicious? As for junior brother by wanting to use the bronze box to frame third junior martial brother, I think that's even more impossible. Just now, we all said that the blueprint was very likely stolen by Yi Xian. Zhong Laji is also very likely to be Yi Xian's accomplice. If they worked together to solve this case, Yi Xian would succeed the position of branch leader and third junior martial brother would be able to learn the mechanism techniques on the blueprint. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Therefore, there's no question of framing or not. The truth is right in front of everyone's eyes. It's just that no one is willing to believe it. After hearing what the three of them said, Zhong Meng was somewhat impressed, let alone the others. Originally, they had no evidence, but after the three of them explained, it became reasonable. This was really. Not only did Zhong Meng feel that it was reasonable, but Sun Xinjing also secretly nodded in his heart. The anger in his heart had already dissipated. It was very normal for a person to not notice the people and scenery around him in a state of ecstasy. In order not to make himself suspect by Zhenmu, Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong hinted that Bai Zhenmu wasn't doing anything suspicious. Moreover, Tang Zhenan just said that if Bai Zhenmu wanted to frame Zhong Laji for the bronze box, then there was no need for him to do so. After all, Zhong Laji was already a suspect in Yi Xian's case. At this time, if Bai Zhenmu took out the bronze box, it would make others suspect him. After listening to the three's explanation, eldest senior martial brother LV Wenkang started to doubt his own judgment. According to the three's explanation, it could really prove that Bai Zhenmu wasn't lying. This was because LV Wenkang also believed that if he found the bronze box with the blueprint during the search, he would also be ecstatic. Then, he would send the bronze box to his master as soon as possible. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang hypothesized the situation that Bai Zhenmu had described. However, he suddenly realized that if it were him, it would be difficult for him to notice the people and scenery around him. In this case, it wasn't that Bai Zhenmu was lying, but that Prince Zhong's question was too strange. If even he couldn't notice it, why would Bai Zhenmu notice it? Thinking of this, LV Wenkang felt even more regretful. This was because he had pointed out Bai Zhenmu as a suspect just now so that Bai Zhenmu wouldn't be wronged. In order to make up for his mistake, LV Wenkang also cupped his fists and said, "Master, the question that Prince Zhong asked just now was indeed a little strange. It's normal for junior martial brother Bai to not notice the people and things around him when he was in a state of ecstasy." Speaking of this, LV Wenkang paused for a moment, then said sincerely, "Master, I think that this matter can't be used as evidence that junior martial brother Bai is a suspect. Please reconsider." After hearing LV Wenkang's words, not to mention the others, even Zhong Meng was shocked. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? In that state, not noticing the people and scenery around him seemed to be a very normal thing. According to their explanation just now, Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong gave Bai Zhenmu a hint so that Bai Zhenmu wouldn't be a suspect. Liu Huarong could prove that Bai Zhenmu wasn't lying. Seeing that Bai Zhenmu couldn't answer the question, in order to prove that Bai Zhenmu wasn't a suspect, they gave him a hint. This was a very reasonable thing to do. At this moment, Zhong Meng was also a little confused. At the same time, he was also puzzled. This was completely different from what he had seen on TV or in novels. According to the TV and novels, in the matter between Liu Huarong and Bai Zhenmu just now, in order to prove who was lying, one only needed to ask a strange question to immediately test who was lying. Chapter 249. Zhong Meng really didn't expect Bai Zhenmu to be so amazing. Originally, the evidence was irrefutable. Now, after Bai Zhenmu's explanation, it actually became reasonable. He even faintly felt that Bai Zhenmu's words were absolutely correct. Perhaps, the question he asked was indeed a little strange. In that situation at that time, it was really possible that he didn't notice where the person next to him was standing. Not to mention Sun Xinjing and the others, even Zhong Meng's heart moved when he thought of this question. He felt that even he himself might not have noticed where the person next to him was standing at that time. Although Sun Xinjing was silent, Bai Zhenmu was overjoyed. This was because he had already seen that with his words just now, Coupled with the help of Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong, Sun Xinjing was already somewhat convinced of his words. The key was that there was also the testimony of eldest senior brother LV Wenkang, an outsider, which made his words even more convincing. Sure enough, it was the same as Bai Zhenmu's guess. Therefore, after Sun Xinjing heard LV Wenkang's words, the trace of doubt in his heart was completely dispelled. Sun Xinjing thought for a while and waved his hand at Bai Yizi. Bai Zhenmu, what you said is also reasonable. We will consider this matter at length. The most important thing now is for all of you to work together and find that blueprint as soon as possible. At this point, Sun Xinjing's tone paused before he continued, Bai Zhenmu, you also have to continue to work hard and find the blueprint as soon as possible. Don't let the blueprint leak out. Otherwise, it would be terrible. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Zhenmu was ecstatic because he knew that this time, he had completely turned the tables. To be honest, Zhong Meng's question really scared him. If Bai Zhenmu believed that the bronze box belonged to him just because of that question, Bai Zhenmu would have cried out loud. However, God was so kind to him. The huge crisis was completely resolved in the blink of an eye. This time, the crisis at the edge of the cliff was resolved. Bai Zhenmu glanced at Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong imperceptibly and nodded at them to show his encouragement. At this moment, Tang Jianan was even more delighted. He also didn't expect that when he was about to fall off the cliff, the danger would be resolved. Not only that, it could even be said that they had the upper hand again. The bronze box found in Zhong Laji's room was the fuse and also became the thing that caused the tit-for-tat between the two sides. The main problem. The bronze box was Zhong's. The bronze box was Bai Zhenmu's possession. Now, it was proven that Bai Zhenmu wasn't lying, and the bronze box didn't belong to him. On the other hand, the bronze box was Zhong's. The bronze box. Was it? What was the bronze box was to? Zhong Ts was the treasure, was the blueprint. Was the thief. Was stole was it? It tsaasttstsb. In other words, even if Zhong Laji didn't steal the blueprint, it must have been Yi Xian. Yi Xian stole the blueprint and left it with Zhong Laji so that he could carry out the operation outside. It could even be said that Zhong Meng was Yi Xian and Zhong Laji's accomplice. Zhong Meng came this time to take the bronze box that Yi Xian stole out. Understanding this, Tang Jianan decided to strike while the iron was hot. Only by resolving this matter as soon as possible could he be at ease. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to be on tenterhooks all the time. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan didn't wait for Bai Zhenmu to speak. He cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said, Master, I have something to say. At this moment, Sun Xinjing was having a headache. Originally, when Zhong Meng asked that question, he could already tell that Bai Zhenmu, Tang Jianan, and Liu Huarong were definitely suspicious. He was even somewhat certain that they were the ones who stole the blueprint. It was precisely because he was sure that the blueprint was stolen by Bai Zhenmu and the other two that he made up his mind to not let Zhong Meng get involved in this matter. He didn't want to let the matter of the blueprint leak out. That would be a shame to his master. For the sake of safety, Sun Xinjing decisively asked Zhong Meng to stop asking and not get involved in this matter. This was because Sun Xinjing felt that this case was already very clear. The blueprint was stolen by Tang Jianan and the other two. There was no doubt about this. Unfortunately, things weren't as good as he thought. As soon as Zhong Meng agreed to not get involved in this matter, things changed again. Bai Zhenmu rationally explained why he couldn't answer this question. In his ecstasy, he forgot where Liu Huarong was standing. Or rather, in his ecstasy, he didn't pay attention to where Liu Huarong was standing. Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong gave Bai Zhenmu a hint so that Bai Zhenmu wouldn't be suspected. Although Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong's explanation was a little far-fetched, Bai Zhenmu's explanation was really reasonable. Since Bai Zhenmu's explanation was reasonable, then the inference just now was a wrong inference. This meant that Bai Zhenmu didn't frame Zhong Laji. Since Bai Zhenmu didn't frame Zhong Laji, then it went without saying who stole the blueprint. After hearing Tang Jianan's words, Sun Xinjing nodded. Say it. Now is a critical moment. If you have anything to say, just say it. As long as it's helpful to the case, I won't blame you. Hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Tang Jianan was overjoyed. He could already tell that there was something wrong with Sun Xinjing's words. Sun Xinjing was once again puzzled. He wanted to find the answer again. Since Sun Xinjing wanted the answer, then Tang Jianan could give it to him. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan clasped his fist and said, "Master, what I'm going to say won't be targeted at a specific person. For example, Junior Bai found the bronze box in third junior brother's room, and junior brother Liu can testify for Junior Bai that junior brother Bai didn't lie. Then, it goes without saying who the bronze box belongs to. This bronze box belongs to third junior brother. This is enough to prove that third junior brother stole the blueprint." At this point, Tang Jianan paused for a moment before continuing, "Master, this is what I'm thinking. What I'm saying isn't directed at third junior brother, but at the bronze box. No matter who has the bronze box, I have reason to believe that the person who has the bronze box is the one who stole the blueprint. Even if the bronze box was found in junior brother Bai's room, I will still think that junior brother Bai is the one who stole the blueprint. Because we all know what's in the bronze box. So, the person who has the bronze box must be the one who stole the blueprint." Chapter 250. After listening to Tang Jianan's words, Sun Xinjing nodded. Tang Jianan's words were exactly what he thought. The precious blueprint was in the bronze box. The person who had the bronze box must be the one who stole the blueprint. Could it be that Zhong Laji really stole the blueprint? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned his gaze to Zhong Laji again. He saw that Zhong Laji's complexion had returned to normal, but at this moment, his face turned pale again. There was a trace of despair in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Sun Xinjing's heart wavered again. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. Zhong Laji didn't know the location where the blueprint was placed. How could he steal it? However, if Zhong Laji didn't steal the blueprint, why would the bronze box appear in his room? If Bai Jianmu framed Zhong Laji, but Bai Jianmu had Liu Huarong's testimony to prove that he didn't frame Zhong Laji. What was going on? Bai Jianmu wasn't the one who framed Zhong Laji, and Zhong Laji didn't know the location where the blueprint was placed. These two were very contradictory. There was no possibility of coexistence. Bai Jianmu wasn't framing Zhong Laji, and Zhong Laji wasn't the one who stole the blueprint. This possibility was impossible. Seeing Sun Xinjing frowning and thinking, Liu Huarong's heart moved. He knew that a good opportunity had come. He hurriedly went forward and clasped his fist. "Master, disciple also has something to say." Sun Xinjing, who was having a headache, quickly nodded when he heard Liu Huarong's words. He also hoped that Liu Huarong would talk about some construction problems to solve his doubts. Seeing that Sun Xinjing nodded in agreement, Liu Huarong slowly said, "Master, although second senior brother's words made some sense, it wasn't very comprehensive. Second senior brother didn't notice a problem. That is, third senior brother also didn't know the location where the blueprint was placed. How could he steal it? Just like all of us, we don't know the location where you put the blueprint. Even if you want us to steal it, we don't know where to steal it." Speaking of this, Liu Huarong's tone paused for a moment. Then, his tone became more serious as he continued. "Therefore, I don't think third senior brother was the one who stole the blueprint." After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Sun Xinjing was shocked and hurriedly asked, "You think that Zhong Laji didn't steal the drawings? Do you think that Bai Jianmu is framing him? But that's not right. You just said that Bai Jianmu testified that Bai Jianmu wasn't lying. What is going on?" Not only was Sun Xinjing shocked by Liu Huarong's words, but even Tang Jianan and Bai Jianmu were taken aback. For an instant, Tang Jianan even thought that Liu Huarong had betrayed him and Bai Jianmu so that he could gain his master's forgiveness. Bai Jianmu was even angrier. His explanation and Tang Jianan's help had completely resolved all the dangers. Now, it was the best time to counterattack. However, this Liu Huarong, under such a good situation, actually betrayed them. Could it be that this Liu Huarong's brain was sick? Liu Huarong looked around and saw everyone's surprised expression. He was secretly proud of himself. He actually had a feeling that he was planning a strategy. When he saw Bai Jianmu's shocked expression slowly turning into anger, Liu Huarong knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If Bai Jianmu showed his power, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, "Master, I don't think that Zhong Leji is the one who stole the blueprint." "This is true. Senior brother Bai found the bronze box in Zhong Leji's room. I can testify for him. This is definitely not fake." Speaking of this, Liu Huarong paused for a moment before continuing. "In that case, where does the problem lie? Therefore, I think that the most important thing lies with Yi Xian. Everyone knows that third senior brother and Yi Xian have a good relationship. Moreover, as we just said, Yi Xian and third senior brother are very likely to be accomplices. If this is really the case, then it makes a lot more sense. We can all think of it this way. Yi Xian knows the location where Master put the blueprint. If he wanted to steal it, it would be a piece of cake. Yi Xian would naturally be able to get something that could be easily obtained. After he stole the blueprint, he knew that Master would suspect him. Therefore, after he stole the blueprint, he left it with third senior brother along with the bronze box. Everything was as Yi Xian thought. After the blueprint was lost, Master was furious. He also thought that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint, so he locked him up in the Repentance Pavilion. As for Yi Xian, he was not worried about being locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, because he knew Zhong Leji would work for him outside. After all of their opponents were eliminated, Zhong Leji would naturally get him out. It was also because of this that Yi Xian didn't want to take out the blueprint. He always thought that third senior brother would definitely rescue him. Him being locked up in the Repentance Pavilion was also part of his plan. After third senior brother got the bronze box, the treasure was right in front of him. Naturally, he couldn't ignore it. Therefore, he destroyed the bronze box and took out the blueprint to look at it. I think that's why senior brother Bai only found the bronze box in Zhong Leji's room, because the drawings in the bronze box have already been taken out by third senior brother, so the box is naturally empty. At this point, Liu Huarong paused for a moment. He thought about it carefully before continuing. This disciple also suspects that when we were searching the room, third senior brother took the initiative to search the study room and asked senior brother Bai and me to search the living room. Does this mean that third senior brother saw the blueprint in the study room? Therefore, the blueprint is still in the study room. When we went to search the study room, third senior brother asked us to search the living room. His motive is very likely to be to not let us discover that there is a blueprint in the study room. When we searched the bedroom, although we found the bronze box, we couldn't find the blueprint because it was in the study. After third senior brother went to the study, he definitely hid the blueprint away immediately. Liu Huarong paused and cupped his fists to Sun Xinjing again. "Master, this is all disciple can think of for now. I don't know if I'm right, but I don't mean to target third senior brother. I'm just thinking about what happened at that time. After senior brother Bai and I went to the second floor, third senior brother did indeed go to the study first. Everyone can testify that I'm not lying. It's also because third senior brother went to the study first that I came to this conclusion. I don't know if my deduction is true or false, so please make a decision, Master." Chapter 251. After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Sun Xinjing remained silent for a long time. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. If what Liu Huarong said was true, didn't that mean that Yi Xian and Zhong Leji were accomplices? Sun Zhenjing thought about this possibility carefully. After a long while, he suddenly realized that it was very possible. Yi Xian could easily steal the blueprint. It was no different from taking his own things. Yi Xian knew that he would suspect him, so he left the blueprint with Zhong Leji in advance. Zhong Leji took out the blueprint from the box and placed it in the study for a look. Therefore, Bai Jianmu only found the bronze box in Zhong Leji's living room. Zhong Leji rushed to search the study first. His goal was to keep the blueprint so that it wouldn't be discovered by others. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing's frown deepened. His expression became unusually ugly. If it was Yi Xian who had stolen his blueprint, that would be really disappointing. The reason why Sun Xinjing trusted Yi Xian was because he saw that Yi Xian was an upright person, had high attainments in the art of traps, and was extremely talented. Therefore, he focused on nurturing him. However, if Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint, Didn't that mean that Yi Xian betrayed him and failed to live up to his trust? Thinking of this possibility, Sun Xinjing felt like his heart was being twisted by a knife. He hated himself for being blind and trusting the wrong person. Seeing Sun Xinjing's pained expression, Bai Jianmu was overjoyed. He had been by Sun Xinjing's side for a long time. He naturally knew who Sun Xinjing's pained expression was for. If someone else had betrayed Sun Xinjing, Bai Jianmu knew that Sun Xinjing definitely wouldn't have such a pained expression on his face. Even if there was an expression, it would be one of hatred. As long as Sun Xinjing had such an expression on his face, it meant that he had begun to suspect Yi Xian. It could even be said that he was certain that Yi Xian had stolen the blueprint. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu decided to give his master some weight and let him make a thorough decision. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu turned to look at his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang. He cupped his fists and said, "Eldest senior brother, in the South County branch, other than master, you're the eldest. Why don't you say a few words so that master can make a judgment?" LV Wenkang, who had been thinking hard, felt troubled when he heard Bai Jianmu's words. From the beginning of this case, he didn't want to get involved in this matter because he knew that the person who stole the blueprint could only be one of the 8 brothers. He was also a person who valued relationships, so he didn't want to accuse any of his brothers of suspicion. Therefore, although he also participated in the meeting, he didn't say much. LV's words is master's words, his teachers is his masters, his of SSSSAAS most importantly, what should he say? When Zhong Meng asked Bai Jianmu the question, his thoughts were the same as Sun Xinjing's. They had already determined that Bai Jianmu and the others were the ones who stole the blueprint. However, Bai Jianmu's explanation made him dispel this thought. Bai Jianmu's explanation was very reasonable. LV Wenkang even thought that this matter had happened to him. Perhaps he was like Bai Jianmu, unable to remember the situation at that time in his ecstasy. The problem was that if this bronze box was not something that Bai Jianmu had framed Zhong Laji, then this bronze box could only belong to Zhong Laji. This meant that Zhong Laji had stolen the blueprint. When LV Wenkang heard Liu Huarong's words, he was extremely shocked. Liu Huarong was right. Zhong Laji did not know the location of the blueprint. Even if he wanted to steal the blueprint, there were not many opportunities to do so. The only explanation was that the person who stole the blueprint was Yi Xian, who knew the location of the blueprint. After Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he left it with Zhong Laji. LV Wenkang hesitated. He did not know if he should voice his thoughts. He was also very clear that if he said it, it would mean that he was also suspecting Zhong Laji. Looking at the dejected Zhong Laji, LV Wenkang's heart was a little unbearable. He knew that if he said that he suspected Zhong Laji, it would bring about consequences for Zhong Laji. Although LV Wenkang had already determined that Liu Huarong's words made sense, he still had some doubts in his heart. This doubt was because he was unwilling to believe that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were the ones who stole the blueprint. Bai Jianmu naturally saw LV Wenkang's hesitation. When he saw that LV Wenkang had not made up his mind, he spoke again. "Senior brother, actually, you don't have to be in a difficult position. We just have to say our own guesses. The decision will naturally be made by master." At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before he lowered his voice and said, "Eldest senior brother, master is alone. There are some things that he might not think of. As disciples, we also have the responsibility to share some of master's worries. Eldest senior brother, think about it. If we, as disciples, don't say anything and let master think about everything by himself, wouldn't master be too tired? If we do that, wouldn't we be letting down master's kindness?" At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before he spoke in a lying tone. "Senior brother, if we are all afraid of offending people and let master think about everything by himself, I feel that it is not appropriate for us to do this. As a junior brother, I won't say anything unnecessary. Eldest senior brother, please make your own decision." After saying this, Bai Jianmu stopped talking and took 2 steps back to put some distance between him and LV Wenkang. He did not say anything else. LV Wenkang, who had been hesitating, was suddenly moved when he heard Bai Jianmu's words. No matter what the truth of the matter was, Bai Jianmu's words were definitely not wrong. If none of them, as disciples, were willing to speak and let their master think about everything by himself, then as disciples, wouldn't they be letting down their master's kindness in teaching them? Thinking of this, LV Wenkang sighed in his heart. Then, he looked apologetically at Zhong Leji before taking a step forward and clasping his fist at his master, Sun Xinjing, as he spoke loudly. Master, I have something to say. Sun Xinjing, who had been hesitating, was overjoyed when he saw that his eldest disciple, LV Wenkang, was about to speak. Tang Jianan, Bai Jianmu, and Liu Huarong were all suspects in Sun Xinjing's heart. Although Bai Jianmu's explanation was very reasonable, Sun Xinjing still had some doubts in his heart. And from the beginning to the end, LV Wenkang was not a suspect. What he said should be the most fair. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at LV Wenkang and said with a smile, "Since you have something to say, then say it. Let me hear what you think." Chapter 252. After getting Sun Xinjing's permission, LV Wenkang cupped his fist and said, "Master, this blueprint theft case is very complicated, and it's hard to tell who stole the blueprint. What I said is only my personal opinion. Master, please make the final decision yourself." Speaking of this, LV Wenkang paused for a moment before continuing. First of all, junior brother Bai is right. Only junior brother Yi knows the location of the blueprint, and junior brother Yi is most likely the person who stole the blueprint. These are our earliest judgments. Then, today's matter is even more complicated. Junior brother Bai found the bronze box in junior brother Zhong's room. This is a suspicious point. Who was the owner of the bronze box? That was the most important question. It can even be said that whoever the bronze box belongs to is most likely the person who stole the blueprint. This is definitely not an exaggeration, because only the person who stole the blueprint would have the bronze box. Since the bronze box was found in junior brother Zhong's room, this proves that the bronze box belongs to Zhong Shidi. However, junior brother Zhong denied that the bronze box belongs to him. Instead, he said that Bai Jianmu used the bronze box to frame him. Junior brother Bai said that the bronze box was found in junior brother Zhong's room, and junior brother Zhong said that the bronze box was framed by junior brother Bai. Then, this means that there must be a liar among them. Is the liar junior brother Bai or junior brother Zhong? Junior brother Zhong doesn't have a witness to prove that what he said is true, but junior brother Bai has a witness to prove that what he said is true. This is because junior brother Liu went with him when his room was searched. Moreover, junior brother Liu is willing to testify for junior brother Bai that what junior brother Bai said is true. The bronze box was indeed found in third junior brother's room. Speaking of this, LV Wenkang turned to look at Zhong Meng before continuing. In order to prove whether junior brother Liu is telling the truth, Prince Zhong also tested it just now. Prince Zhong first asked junior brother Liu, then asked junior brother Bai. However, at that time, junior brother Bai's performance was not satisfactory. He could not answer Prince Zhong's question. In desperation, junior brother Tang and junior brother Liu began to give junior brother Bai hints. We all saw this. Speaking of this, LV Wenkang suddenly sighed. At that time, when junior brother Tang and junior brother Liu gave junior brother Bai a hint, I wondered if junior brother Bai didn't know the answer, so junior brother Tang and junior brother Liu gave him a hint. Why didn't junior Bai know the answer? He had clearly experienced the entire process, but why didn't he know the answer? Could it be that because the bronze box originally belonged to junior brother Bai, they didn't experience the question that Prince Zhong had just asked, so they couldn't answer Prince Zhong's question? If what he said was true, then the bronze box belonged to junior brother Bai. This proved that junior brother Bai was trying to frame junior brother Zhong. At that time, I even wondered if junior brother Liu and junior brother Bai were in cahoots. That was why junior brother Liu was willing to testify for junior brother Bai. Speaking of this, LV Wenkang looked around at everyone and asked slowly, I think that at that time, everyone should have guessed the same thing. Everyone was guessing that junior brother Bai and junior brother Liu were in cahoots. That was why they testified for junior brother Bai. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Even Sun Xinjing nodded silently in his heart. After seeing everyone's expression, LV Wenkang continued, that's right. Junior brother Bai and junior brother Liu's performance at that time was indeed suspicious. It made people suspect that they were the culprits. However, what happened next was somewhat unexpected. Junior brother Bai explained his explanation. After he took out the bronze box from under the bed, in his ecstasy, he forgot to observe the people and scenery around him and took the bronze box to find Master. As for Junior brother Bai's explanation, I don't know what you all think, but I deeply agree with him. When people are nervous or ecstatic, they don't notice what the people or scenery around them are doing. This should be human nature. Sometimes, we will also encounter such things. For example, when you suddenly see something you like, in that instant, you might really not notice the people or scenery around you. This is all possible. Thus, I personally believe that what Junior Bai said should be true. His explanation is also very reasonable and in line with the situation at that time. I think I don't need to tell you all what was in the bronze box. The thing in the box is so important. If it was leaked to the outside world, it would definitely be a huge blow to our Tianji sect. Not only that, during this period of time, everyone saw that although Master did not punish us for the blueprint, we all know how Master felt. When Junior Apprentice Brother Bai saw this bronze box, he immediately thought of showing it to his master so that he could rest assured. We should all be able to understand how he felt. At this point, LV Wenkang sighed. If it was me at that time, after finding the bronze box under the bed, I'm afraid my subsequent reaction would not be as good as Junior Brother Bai's. In that situation at that time, it's not strange that he didn't notice the people or scenery around him. This shows that Junior Brother Bai's explanation is very reasonable and fits the situation at that time. This also proves that Junior Brother Bai did not lie. Junior Brother Liu testified for him not because they were accomplices, but because this matter was true. That was why he testified for Junior Brother Bai. Since Junior Brother Bai was not lying, then there was only one possibility left. Junior Brother Zhong was lying. Junior Brother Zhong said that the bronze box belonged to Junior Brother Bai. Now that Junior Brother Bai took it out, his purpose was to frame him. However, Junior Brother Bai had a witness to prove that his words were true, but Junior Brother Zhong did not have a witness to prove that his words were true. Not only that, Junior Brother Bai also said that when they were searching the room, Junior Brother Zhong took the initiative to search the study and let Junior Brother Bai search the bedroom. Could there be a reason behind this? Junior Brother Liu already gave the answer to this question just now. This time, when we came to search the room, it might have been so sudden that Junior Brother Zhong did not react in time. Based on Junior Brother Liu's guess, Junior Brother Zhong took out the blueprint from the bronze box and put it in the study to look at. In this way, the bronze box was left in the living room and the blueprint in the bronze box was taken to the study to look at. Junior Brother Zhong did not let Junior Brother Bai go to the study. Chapter 253. LV Wenkang continued, this is probably the reason why Junior Brother Zhong didn't let Junior Brother Bai search the study room. He put the blueprint in the study room. If Junior Brother Bai went to the study room, he would definitely find the blueprint. Junior Brother Zhong had no choice but to let Junior Brother Bai go to the bedroom. Although he knew that Junior Brother Bai would definitely find the bronze box when he went to the living room, there was only one bronze box. It wouldn't change anything. Junior Brother Zhong could even frame Junior Brother Bai and say that the bronze box belonged to Junior Brother Bai. Then, he could shift the blame to Junior Brother Bai. However, the real blueprint has already been hidden by Junior Brother Zhong. At this point, LV Wenkang's expression changed and he said loudly, Junior Brother Zhong even destroyed the blueprint for safety reasons. This is also something that we can't be sure about. After listening to LV Wenkang's long speech, Zhongmeng was stunned. He secretly praised LV Wenkang in his heart. This LV Wenkang was definitely not an ordinary person. He was definitely a talent. After LV Wenkang finished speaking, he cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, Master, this disciple has already expressed his thoughts. I don't know if it's right or not. Please make the decision yourself. At this point, LV Wenkang withdrew his fists and retreated to the side without saying anything. LV Wenkang thought that what he said just now was his heartfelt words. This was because this was what he was thinking. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, he had already said it. As for whether it was right or wrong, he would leave it to his master to decide. After hearing LV Wonkang's words, the happiest people present were Bai Jianmu and the other two. Especially Tang Jianan, who was already in despair. At this moment, it was as if spring had come. The situation had been completely reversed. Even eldest senior brother LV Wenkang began to speak for them. LV Wonkang's words just now had clearly expressed his meaning. Bai Jianmu didn't lie. Zhong Leji didn't have any witnesses. This meant that Zhong Leji was lying. Sun Xinjing had a total of 8 disciples. Yi Xian was locked in the Repent Pavilion, so there were only 7 disciples left. Tang Jianan, Bai Jianmu, and Liu Huarong had already taken up 3 spots. Thus, out of the 8 disciples, only 4 were left. Mai Guangji and Li Shuiyan were of no use as they didn't talk much. Without counting the number of people, only LV Wenkang and Zhong Leji were left. Now, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was on their side, so there were already 4 of them. If Zhong Leji was successfully framed, then Bai Jianmu's plan would be a complete success. From then on, among the 8 disciples, there would be no more voices of opposition. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan became more and more excited. If Bai Jianmu became the branch leader of the South County, then he, Tang Jianan, would be considered the number 2 person in the South County branch. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan sighed in his heart. Right now, he was not even the number 2 person in the South County branch, let alone the number 5 person. Tang Jianan had never thought about the position of the division leader of the South County branch. He also knew that it was impossible for him to become a division leader. His biggest wish was to be the number 2 person in the division. Now, his dream was about to succeed. Tang Jianan could not help but want to shout loudly and celebrate this hard-fought victory. Tang Jianan knew very well that if Prince Zhong continued to ask about this matter, it would not be that simple. Perhaps, Prince Zhong would really make things difficult for them. Now, everything was fine. It was really fine. Everything was under control. Now, it was up to Sun Xinjing to answer. Bai Jianmu's thoughts were similar to Tang Jianan's. Seeing that the position of the division leader was waving at him, he was about to cry tears of joy. If he succeeded, then there would be a huge change in his future. The benefits brought by this were enough for Bai Jianmu to enjoy for the rest of his life. At this moment, Sun Xinjing was hesitating and unable to make a decision. After hearing LV Wonkang's words, the balance in his heart had already begun to lean towards Bai Jianmu's side. He was certain that what Bai Jianmu said was true and that Zhong Leji was lying. But even so, he still had some doubts in his heart. Although Bai Jianmu said the reason why he could not answer the question just now, it was because he was in a state of ecstasy that he forgot to observe the things around him. This explanation was indeed reasonable, but did he really not notice it at all? Sun Xinjing did not believe it. The key point was, why did Tang Jianan give Bai Jianmu a look when Bai Jianmu could not answer the question just now? What reason did he have to remind Bai Jianmu? If it was Liu Huarong who reminded Bai Jianmu, it was still understandable. Because if this matter was true, Liu Huarong didn't want Bai Jianmu to be suspected. Hence, he reminded him. But there was another layer of meaning behind this. Don't forget that Liu Huarong was Bai Jianmu's witness. If it was proven that Bai Jianmu was lying, then wouldn't it mean that Liu Huarong was also giving false testimony? Therefore, there was a reason why Liu Huarong testified for Bai Jianmu or gave him a look to remind Bai Jianmu. But why did Tang Jianan give Bai Jianmu a look? When Liu Huarong did not turn his head, Tang Jianan kept raising his eyebrows and winking at Bai Jianmu. Everyone saw this. This was the problem that Sun Xinjing was suspicious of. Why did Tang Jianan give Bai Jianmu a look? This matter had nothing to do with Tang Jianan. Whether Bai Jianmu was lying or not, it had no effect on Tang Jianan. Tang Jianan could be like LV Wenkang, giving him suggestions and ideas. But to give Bai Jianmu a hint in private like this, there was a problem. Although Sun Xinjing suspected that there was a problem, all the signs showed that Zhong Leji was the one who stole the blueprint. No, Zhong Leji could not steal the blueprint. The blueprint was stolen by Yi Xian and then given to Zhong Leji. If that was the case, then all the problems would be solved. Even Prince Zhong's arrival at this time had a perfect explanation. What was young Master Zhong doing here? He was here to invite people to build his auction house. Yes, Prince Zhong had once said that he wanted to build the world's largest auction house. However, he did not have the money to build the world's largest auction house. He only had 10,000 gold coins, and he wanted to build the world's largest auction house. When Prince Zhong said this, Sun Xinjing felt that it was a little ridiculous. However, now that he thought about it carefully, it was not so ridiculous. That was because Prince Zhong was here to make things up. His real goal was not to build an auction house. Instead, he wanted to come to the South County branch and meet up with Zhong Laji. Then, he would safely bring out the blueprint that Yi Xian had stolen. Sun Xinjing guessed that this was the real purpose of being a young master. Chapter 254. Thinking that Prince Zhong might be Zhong Laji's accomplice, Sun Xinjing subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Zhong Meng. Prince Zhong looked at everything that was happening in front of him with a faint smile on his face. He did not notice what was happening on his side. Why did Prince Zhong have such an expression? Was he watching a show? Was he watching a good show in the South County branch? However, that was not right. All the evidence now pointed at Zhong Laji, proving that Zhong Laji stole the blueprint. And Zhong Meng came this time to get the blueprint. Zhong Laji was suspected, so Zhong Meng naturally could not get the blueprint. Then, he should be unhappy, but why couldn't it be seen from his face? Could it be that Prince Zhong looked simple, but he was actually very scheming? Had he already reached the level where his emotions did not change? LV Wenkang had already finished speaking for a long time, but Sun Xinjing still did not speak. This made Bai Zhenmu's originally ecstatic heart gradually calm down. Slowly, he began to worry. Could it be that things had changed? Now, it was not just the three of them who had accused Zhong Laji. There was also the eldest senior brother. Logically speaking, Master should be able to make up his mind to deal with Zhong Laji very quickly. However, why was he still unwilling to make up his mind? Could it be that there was something suspicious about this? Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu carefully thought about what had just happened in his heart, but he still could not find any loopholes. Then why? The last time he interrogated Yi Xian, which was the state just now, his master decisively locked Yi Xian in the Repent Pavilion. Why was it different this time? All the evidence pointed to Zhong Laji. There was even more evidence than the last time when Yi Xian was accused. Why was he still unwilling to make up his mind this time? Bai Zhenmu really could not understand. He subconsciously turned to look at Tang Zhenan, wanting to see if Tang Zhenan had found anything. Bai Zhenmu turned his head and saw Tang Zhenan looking at him. When he saw Tang Zhenan's face, Bai Zhenmu knew that he didn't need to ask anymore. At this moment, Tang Zhenan's face was full of anxiety, and his forehead was covered in sweat again. Seeing Tang Zhenan's expression, Bai Zhenmu sighed inwardly. He knew that he couldn't rely on Tang Zhenan. He had to think of a solution himself. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu turned his head to look at Sun Xinjing. He cupped his fist and said, "Master, although we found the bronze box in third senior brother's room this time, we didn't find the blueprint in the bronze box. Please give the order to find the blueprint as soon as possible." Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu turned his head and glanced at Zhong Meng. Then he continued, "Master, if we don't hurry up and find the blueprints, in case something happens and the blueprints are taken out by someone, I'm afraid it will be impossible to get them back. Master, please make a decision and find the blueprints as soon as possible." Bai Zhenmu's words made Sun Xinjing's heart tremble. He turned his head to look at Zhong Meng and suddenly thought of something. Zhong Meng was so calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Could it be that he had already obtained the blueprint? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. If Zhong Laji had already given the blueprint to Zhong Meng, that would be the worst thing. No matter how the matter was handled here, it was an indisputable fact that the blueprint had been taken out of the South County branch by Zhong Meng. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng and asked tentatively, "Prince Zhong, what do you think?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng could not help but be stunned. Then, he realized that Sun Xinjing was suspecting him. Thinking that Sun Xinjing was suspecting him, Zhong Meng could not help but laugh. At the same time, his admiration for Bai Zhenmu was indescribable. Bai Zhenmu was a cockroach. No matter how difficult the adversity was, he would always have a way to reverse it. Just like just now, the three of them kept winking at each other. Everyone must have thought that Bai Jianmu had stolen the blueprint. However, in the blink of an eye, Bai Jianmu had turned the tables and completely reversed the situation that was not favorable to him. Not only that, he had the upper hand again. Looking at Sun Xinjing's appearance, he had already begun to believe Bai Jianmu's words. He began to doubt himself. Was it really like what Bai Jianmu said? Did he come here just to meet Zhong Leji and bring the blueprint out? Thinking of this, Zhong Meng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Branch leader Sun, are you suspecting me? Sun Xinjing heard this and could not help but feel awkward. He quickly said, Prince Zhong, don't misunderstand. I just want to ask you, what do you think of this matter? Zhong Meng nodded. I do have an opinion. However, I really admire your disciples now. They are simply too amazing. They can analyze this matter so clearly and logically. If they don't become constables, it would be a waste of their talent. Sun Xinjing heard this and felt even more awkward. For a moment, he was speechless. Bai Jianmu understood the meaning behind Zhong Meng's words. He knew that if he allowed Zhong Meng to continue, there was no telling what Zhong Meng would say. If he said something that turned the situation around again, it would be terrible. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu quickly cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, Master, Prince Zhong's actions are indeed suspicious. I think that when he came to the South County branch, the disciple guarding the door had already explained the situation to him. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing. Logically speaking, if an ordinary person heard about this, their first thought would be to come again in the future. It wouldn't be too late for him to be there when the matter here is over. However, why did Prince Zhong still come after hearing this news? The problem is, since Prince Zhong came, why did he come to Zhong Laji's place? Could it be that this matter was really so coincidental that Prince Zhong came to Zhong Laji's place? I don't think it's possible. The people guarding the door today were not only Zhong Laji's disciples. There were other people present. However, why did Prince Zhong not choose anyone else but Zhong Laji? Also, think carefully about Prince Zhong's question just now. He was obviously protecting Zhong Laji. To put it bluntly, Prince Zhong wanted me to admit that the bronze box was mine so that we would no longer suspect Zhong Laji. Master, please think carefully. When Prince Zhong started asking questions, did he ask Zhong Laji any questions? Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for an answer, he continued. No, not a single word. This means that from the beginning, Prince Zhong didn't intend to ask Zhong Laji. Instead, he wanted to use those strange questions to frame me for this matter. Think about it, who can answer Prince Zhong's question? Chapter 255. After Bai Jianmu said this, Sun Xinjing was stunned. He kept thinking about the meaning of Bai Jianmu's words. It was indeed as Bai Jianmu said. From the beginning, Prince Zhong did not intend to ask Zhong Laji. This was something that everyone could see. In other words, he wanted to open a gap from Bai Jianmu from the beginning to prove something. In other words, there were two reasons why Prince Zhong did not ask Zhong Laji. First of all, the two of them were accomplices. Young Master Zhong was here to get the blueprint. What he did was naturally to save Zhong Laji so that he wouldn't be suspected. The second possibility was that Prince Zhong knew that Zhong Laji was not the person who stole the blueprint. Therefore, he was sure that the bronze box did not belong to Zhong Laji. Sun Xinjing felt that other than these two possibilities, there was no other possibility. Among these two possibilities, the first one was the most likely, because the second possibility was just a hypothesis. This was the first time Prince Zhong came to the South County branch. It was also the first time he heard that the blueprint of the South County branch was lost. Then, how could he know that Zhong Laji was not the person who stole the blueprint? This was basically impossible. Since the second possibility was not possible, there was only the first possibility. Prince Zhong and Zhong Laji were in cahoots. He came here for another purpose. The reason why he did not ask Zhong Laji was because he did not need to ask because Zhong Laji was the one who stole the blueprint. Moreover, he would get the blueprint. It was precisely because of this reason that Prince Zhong had planned to ask Bai Zhenmu from the beginning. He wanted to make Bai Zhenmu panic and answer wrongly. Then, he would sow discord in the crowd and the bronze box would become Bai Zhenmu's. Bai Zhenmu was right about one thing. Prince Zhong's question was indeed very strange and unexpected. Perhaps this was Prince Zhong's plan. He knew that Bai Zhenmu could not answer this question, so he asked this question. When Tang Zhenan gave Bai Zhenmu a hint just now, not only did Prince Zhong not stop him, he even asked Liu Huarong to turn around and listen to Bai Zhenmu's answer. Just now, Sun Xinjing did not understand the reason. Now, he somewhat understood. Prince Zhong's reason for doing this was to make everyone believe that Bai Zhenmu was lying because he didn't know the answer to this question. Now that he thought about it, Sun Xinjing felt that Prince Zhong did this because he wanted to drag Liu Huarong into this. He wanted everyone to suspect that Liu Huarong had something to do with Bai Zhenmu. Prince Zhong's plan was very successful. At that time, Bai Zhenmu's performance could indeed prove that he didn't know the answer to this question. Even if he answered it correctly, everyone could see that the reason why he could answer it correctly was because of Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong's hints. Bai Zhenmu was only able to answer this question correctly when someone gave him hints. What did this mean? It meant that Bai Zhenmu was a suspect. Even Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong were suspects. Not only that, after asking the question, Prince Zhong did not rush to ask Bai Zhenmu. Instead, he went to do other things. His purpose of doing this was very likely to not let Bai Zhenmu explain himself. He was afraid that Bai Zhenmu would succeed in explaining himself and clear his name. Sun Xinjing could imagine that Prince Zhong did not pursue Bai Zhenmu's answer. In that case, Bai Zhenmu would not have a chance to explain himself. If Bai Zhenmu did not have a chance to explain himself, everyone would naturally suspect him, Tang Zhenan, Liu Huarong, and the other two. Perhaps Prince Zhong already knew that Bai Zhenmu would not be able to answer this question. Or perhaps, Prince Zhong had already considered that when people were in a state of ecstasy, they would not notice the people or things around them. It was precisely because of this reason that Prince Zhong raised such a strange question to make things difficult for Bai Zhenmu. He deliberately made him unable to answer and did not give him a chance to explain himself. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing could not help but gasp. If Prince Zhong's plan succeeded, then Zhong Leji would definitely be cleared of suspicion. As for Bai Zhenmu, he would become the owner of the bronze box, which was also the person who stole the blueprint. Since Bai Zhenmu had become the person who stole the blueprint, his ending would definitely not be good. Not only that, but Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong would also be implicated and would definitely be expelled from the sect. At that time, Yi Xian, Zhong Laji, and Prince Zhong's plan would be completely successful. The South County branch would no longer be their match. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing's heart surged with anger. He never would have thought that Prince Zhong, who did not look like a bad person, would actually have evil intentions and do such a vicious thing. At this moment, not only was Sun Xinjing furious, but his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang, was also extremely angry. Originally, he only suspected this matter, but after hearing Bai Zhenmu's explanation, he suddenly understood. Only then did he understand why Prince Zhong would ask such a strange question. This young Master Zhong clearly had other motives, which was why he asked such a question. Didn't this mean that he was playing with everyone in the South County? Thinking of this, LV Wenkang could no longer hold it in. He took a step forward and looked at Zhong Meng. He asked loudly, "Prince Zhong, can you give an explanation for this matter? Why did you ask such a strange question to make things difficult for junior brother Bai? What are your intentions?" After hearing LV Wenkang's question, Zhong Meng was so angry that he almost laughed. These guys were simply a bunch of stupid pigs. He was kind enough to help them find the person who stole the blueprint, but in the end, it actually caused them to be dissatisfied. However, Zhong Meng was now a little doubtful. Was the question he asked just now really a little strange? In such a state of ecstasy, would people forget the things or scenery around them? Zhong Meng did not dare to guarantee this because everyone was different, and everyone's reaction was also different. Others might not know, but Zhong Meng thought about it in his heart. If it was him who encountered something that shocked him, It seemed that it was really possible that he would not remember what happened around him. Could it be that there was really something wrong with his question? But why were so many things in movies and television dramas different from now? This trick had worked every time in movies and television dramas. It had never gone wrong. Why did such an awkward thing happen to him? He thought that he could be carefree, but he did not expect to be questioned by others. He even suspected that he had other motives for asking this question. Although Zhong Meng knew that he would not have any other thoughts, he had to answer LV Wenkang's question because the person who asked Bai Jianmu was him, not someone else. Chapter 256. Zhong Meng thought for a moment and said, LV Wenkang, your master doesn't want me to be involved in this matter. If you have any questions, you can ask your master directly. After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, LV Wenkang was stunned. Then, he remembered that he didn't want Prince Zhong to be involved in this matter. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask him about it. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang turned to look at Sun Xinjing, clasped his fists and said, Master, since we have already proven that Junior Bai is not a suspect, I think we should settle this matter as soon as possible. After all, the blueprint is more important. If something happens to the blueprint, it would be the worst thing that could happen. Sun Xinjing nodded when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Jianmu suddenly spoke up. Master, if you want to get the blueprint as soon as possible, I think you need to use some tricks. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find the blueprint as soon as possible. Sun Xinjing was stunned when he heard this. Although he wanted to find the blueprint as soon as possible, he knew very well what tricks Bai Jianmu was talking about. If Bai Jianmu used some tricks on Zhong Laji, he didn't know if he could get the blueprint, but Sun Xinjing was sure of one thing. Zhong Laji was definitely crippled. If Zhong Laji didn't take out the blueprint even though he was crippled, Sun Xinjing believed that the target of Bai Jianmu's tricks would be Yi Xian. It had been a long time since Yi Xian was locked up in the Regret Pavilion. If Bai Jianmu used some tricks on him, he wouldn't be any better than Zhong Laji in the next round. Sun Xinjing was a kind person after all. Although he was furious, he couldn't bear to order Zhong Laji and Yi Xian to use some tricks on them. Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Laji and said slowly, Zhong Laji is right. Zhong Laji, now that the evidence is conclusive, you should stop trying to deny it. I've already agreed. As long as you hand over the blueprint, I won't make things difficult for you. Not only that, I'll also promise you that I won't make things difficult for Yi Xian. At this point, Sun Xinjing sighed and continued, Zhong Laji, although what the two of you did was disgraceful, you were still master and disciple after all. As long as you hand over the blueprint and sincerely repent, I will give you a chance. After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Bai Jianmu was overjoyed. He knew that Zhong Laji and Yi Xian had no chance to turn things around. As long as Sun Xinjing believed that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were the ones who stole the blueprints, then this matter would be easy to resolve. If Sun Xinjing asked Zhong Laji to hand over the blueprint, Bai Jianmu was sure that Zhong Laji would definitely not hand it over. Because the blueprint was in his hands. How could Zhong Laji take it out? As long as Zhong Laji could not take out the blueprint, then Bai Jianmu would have a reason to ask his master to agree to let him use some small tricks. Bai Jianmu dared to guarantee that as long as he made a move, Zhong Laji and Yi Xian's lives would be over. Zhong Laji was different from Bai Jianmu's envious and happy mood. At this moment, Zhong Laji was completely disheartened. If Bai Jianmu only thought that he was the one who stole the blueprint, this was not a big deal because he could already tell that Bai Jianmu wanted to frame him for this matter. However, if Sun Xinjing thought that he was the one who stole the blueprint, this was definitely not a small matter. Sun Xinjing was the boss of the South County branch. As long as he made a decision, no one could change it. If he thought that he and Yi Xian were the ones who stole the blueprint, then no matter how he defended himself, it would be meaningless. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji knelt on the ground with a plop and said loudly, Master, please believe me. I definitely didn't do this. I have nothing to do with this matter. Master, please investigate this matter. Hearing Zhong Laji's incessant excuses, Sun Xinjing waved his hand in annoyance. Zhong Laji, even now, you're still quibbling. The bronze box was found in your room. Don't tell me you still want to quibble. Hearing this, Zhong Laji hurriedly said loudly, Master, Bai Zhenmu framed me for the bronze box. It definitely doesn't belong to me. I can swear to the heavens that if the bronze box belongs to me, I'm willing to receive the most vicious punishment from the heavens. Hearing Zhong Laji swear again, Bai Zhenmu sneered in his heart. He pondered for a moment and said loudly, Zhong Laji, the bronze box was found in your room. How can that be false? If you say that I framed you, what evidence do you have? Don't forget, I have junior brother Liu to testify for me. What about you? Who will testify for you? Seeing Bai Zhenmu frame him with his flowery words, Zhong Laji was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He pointed at Bai Zhenmu and roared. Bai Zhenmu, you're shameless. The bronze box clearly belongs to you, but you're still trying to frame me with your flowery words. Hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Zhenmu didn't answer him. Instead, he turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. Master, you've seen it for yourself. Zhong Laji refuses to admit it and has let down Master's good intentions. In my opinion, we should use some necessary means to make him hand over the blueprint as soon as possible. Please give the order, Master. This disciple will definitely find the blueprint as soon as possible. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, before Sun Xincheng could say anything, Zhong Laji had already shouted first. Master, please don't listen to Bai Zhenmu's flowery words. I can swear to God that the blueprint is definitely Bai Zhenmu's. He wants to frame Zhong Laji with the bronze box to achieve his goal of eliminating dissidents. Master, please don't listen to him. Looking at the begging Zhong Laji, Sun Xinjing sighed inwardly. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, Zhong Laji, you keep saying that Bai Zhenmu framed you with the bronze box. Then, do you have any evidence to prove that Bai Zhenmu framed you with the bronze box? Hearing this, Zhong Laji was stunned. After a while, he turned to Zhong Meng and said loudly, Prince Zhong, you must know that Bai Zhenmu framed me, right? Hearing Zhong Laji change the topic to Zhong Meng, Bai Zhenmu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If Zhong Laji said something else, he might think about how to deal with it. However, Prince Zhong couldn't even protect himself. How could he testify for Zhong Laji? Things were just as Bai Zhenmu expected. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Sun Xinjing's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, Zhong Laji, didn't you hear what I just said? At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment before continuing. I just said that Prince Zhong won't be involved in this matter. Didn't you hear? Chapter 257. Zhong Meng could only sigh inwardly when he heard Zhong Laji asking him for help. Sun Xinjing had clearly told him that he was not allowed to meddle in this matter. The reason was naturally because he began to suspect that he was involved in this matter. Sun Xinjing even suspected that he was the one who came to take the blueprint. It was also because of this reason that he didn't want to meddle in this matter. However, this Zhong Laji was really grasping at straws. No matter what reason he gave, it was better than asking him for help. Didn't this prove that the two of them were involved? Zhong Meng looked at Bai Zhenmu, who couldn't help but sneer, then turned to look at Sun Xinjing, who had an ugly expression on his face. He knew that his guess was right. However, although Zhong Meng didn't want to meddle in this matter, since Zhong Laji asked him for help, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng looked at Sun Xinjing and said plainly, Branch Leader Sun, although I won't meddle in this matter, as an outsider, I think I need to remind Branch Leader Sunday. No matter who did this, there has to be evidence. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. As for the bronze box that Bai Zhenmu took out, who could be sure that it belonged to Zhong Laji? Although Zhong Laji didn't have any witnesses to prove this point, he only saw the bronze box and didn't find the blueprint in it. Isn't this a point? If the bronze box really belonged to Zhong Laji, then the blueprint in the bronze box should be found. But why wasn't it found? Isn't this a point of suspicion? Zhong Meng just said this when Bai Zhenmu interrupted him. Prince Zhong, since you're not allowed to meddle in this matter, I hope that Prince Zhong won't say anything. Otherwise, it'll cause everyone's displeasure. Hearing this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Bai Zhenmu and asked coldly, Bai Zhenmu, if I meddle in this matter, will it cause you or your master to be unhappy? Bai Zhenmu sneered. Prince Zhong, since my master doesn't want you to meddle in this matter, you'll cause my master to be unhappy if you meddle in this matter. So, Prince Zhong, Please conduct yourself with dignity. At this moment, Zhong Laji saw that Bai Jianmu was stopping Zhong Meng from meddling in this matter, so he hurriedly shouted, Bai Jianmu, Prince Zhong saw through your intentions, so you're stopping him from meddling in this matter. Bai Jianmu, you're too shameless. To achieve your goal, by any means. Enough. Before Zhong Laji could finish his words, he was interrupted by Bai Jianmu's shout. Are Zhong's words? Zhong Laji, you have no right to speak here. Don't forget that you were the one who stole the blueprint. How dare you quibble here? You really don't know what's good for you. At this point, Bai Jianmu turned to look at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, Master, now that the evidence is conclusive, Zhong Laji is still quibbling here. Please give the order immediately and let me use some methods on him. Tang Jianan, who was at the side, naturally knew that a long delay meant trouble. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Master, junior brother Bai is right. There can't be any accidents with the blueprint. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret it. If. Tang Jianan paused for a moment. He turned his head and glanced at Zhong Meng before continuing. Master, if Zhong Laji is really involved with outsiders, then it'll be terrible. At that time, the blueprint will be taken out of the South County branch by outsiders. It'll be impossible to get it back even if we want to. Please reconsider, Master. When Liu Huarong heard this, he saw that his master still had a hesitant expression on his face, so he quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Master, the matter of the blueprint is of great importance. However, someone took advantage of Master's kindness and made such a big mistake. Master, if you continue to tolerate this matter, then the blueprint might really be taken out by outsiders. In extraordinary times, we have to use extraordinary methods. Master, please agree to senior brother Bai's request and use some small tricks to get the blueprint back as soon as possible. This is the right thing to do. After hearing the words of the three of them, Sun Xinjing sighed in his heart. Liu Huarong was right. He was indeed kind and did not want to punish them severely. Could it be that this was the reason why Zhong Laji made such a big mistake? However, did he really have to use some small tricks on Zhong Laji? Sun Xinjing was hesitant. He subconsciously looked at LV Wenkang, wanting to hear his thoughts. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind. As long as LV Wenkang said that he could use some small tricks, he would definitely not hesitate anymore. After all, if he continued to tolerate it, it was very likely that the blueprint would be leaked out. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing looked at LV Wenkang and asked in a deep voice, LV Wenkang, what do you think? Although he did not hear Sun Xinjing ask him what he was thinking, LV Wenkang knew very well what Sun Xinjing was asking. Should he use some small tricks? At this moment, LV Wenkang was also thinking about this question. The blueprint was of great importance. Nothing must happen to it. However, he had to use some tricks for the blueprint. Should he do this? The key was that after thinking about it carefully, LV Wenkang was shocked to find that no matter what, Bai Jianmu did not know the answer to this question. Although people might forget to look at the people or scenery around them when they were in ecstasy, could it be that they could not remember anything? This seemed to be a little impossible. Moreover, LV Wenkang did not believe it. Even if he was anxious at that time, after Bai Jianmu took out the bronze box from under the bed, he should have said something to Liu Huarong. LV Wenkang felt that if it were him, he would at least tell Liu Huarong to stop searching because the bronze box was found. Then, he would tell his master the good news. However, according to what Bai Jianmu said just now, he seemed to have lost his memory during that period of time. He could not remember anything. According to what he said, after he took out the bronze box from under the bed, he did not even look at Liu Huarong, let alone say anything. He just took the bronze box and ran out of the room. The key was this possible? LV Wenkang was a little doubtful. What was going on with Bai Jianmu at that time? Could it be like what Zhong Laji said? Bai Jianmu was framing him, and Liu Huarong was Bai Jianmu's accomplice. Naturally, he could testify for Bai Jianmu. If this was the case, he agreed to Bai Jianmu's request and let him use some tricks on Zhong Laji. If all of this was true, the consequences would be unimaginable. LV Wenkang, as the senior brother, naturally knew how high Bai Jianmu's martial arts were. He knew that as long as Bai Jianmu used some tricks on Zhong Leji would not be able to hold on. Chapter 258. LV Wenkang was suspicious of this matter. Of course, it was only a suspicion. Bai Jianmu was suspicious because there was something suspicious about him. Zhong Leji was a suspect because the bronze box was found in his room. Both parties were suspicious. LV Wenkang didn't know who the bronze box belonged to. Since he had his suspicions, LV Wenkang felt that he only had to say what he was thinking and let his master decide the rest. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang said slowly, "Master, there's something fishy about this matter. Both Junior Bai and third junior brother are suspicious. As for who is more suspicious, I can't say for sure. Please make a decision, Master." After hearing LV Wenkang's answer, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but frown. He originally thought that LV Wenkang would say something valuable, but he did not expect that he would only say something so insignificant. However, Sun Xinjing was suspicious and wanted to hear other people's opinions. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing said, "Since you feel that there's something fishy about this matter, tell me, what's so fishy about this matter?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, LV Wenkang clasped his fist and said, "Master, first of all, the bronze box was found in third junior brother's room by junior brother Bai. Moreover, he had junior brother Liu's testimony to prove that the bronze box was indeed found in junior brother Zhong's room. Although junior brother Bai had already said his reasons, I still think that no matter how urgent the situation was, I think junior brother Bai should have some impression of it." Speaking of this, LV Wenkang paused for a moment before continuing. However, all of us saw that junior brother Bai didn't pay attention to the situation at that time. It was all because of junior brother Liu's reminder that he could answer Prince Zhong's question. Don't you think it's strange? I admit that although people might overlook something when they're in a state of ecstasy, it's impossible for them to not have any impression of it. Besides, there's also junior brother Zhong. He denied that the bronze box was his, but he couldn't produce any evidence. This made all of us think that he was lying. However, if Bai Jianmu was really lying, it was reasonable for Zhong Leji to deny it. Of course, it couldn't be denied that this bronze box definitely didn't belong to Zhong Leji. Perhaps what he said just now was purely sophistry, and in fact, the bronze box was his. It was very likely that the bronze box belonged to Zhong Leji. From the very beginning, we all thought that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint because only Yi Xian knew where the blueprint was kept. If Yi Xian wanted to steal the blueprint, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. According to Junior Bai, after Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he left it with Zhong Leji. Zhong Leji wanted to see the contents of the blueprint, so he took it out of the bronze box. Perhaps, as Bai Jianmu had said, Zhong Leji had placed the blueprint in the study to check it. It also explained why Zhong Leji went straight to the study as soon as he went up to the second floor. His purpose was very likely to be to hide the blueprint in case it was discovered by others. Therefore, it was very likely that the bronze box really belonged to Zhong Leji. In addition, as Bai Jianmu said, Prince Zhong was Zhong Leji's accomplice, which was also very likely. Logically speaking, outsiders shouldn't meddle in the affairs of our sect. However, young Master Zhong chose to meddle in the affairs of our sect. Not only that, as Bai Jianmu said, from the beginning, young Master Zhong only asked Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong, but did not ask about Zhong Leji at all. This made people feel that it was reasonable. The strangest thing was that Child Zhong's question was obviously a very strange question. We should be able to see that his question had nothing to do with this case. According to what Bai Jianmu said, Prince Zhong simply wanted to find fault with him and determine that he was lying. Then, he wanted to use this opportunity to prove that the bronze box belonged to Bai Jianmu. By doing this, Prince Zhong could not only get rid of suspicion for Zhong Leji, but also get the blueprint. It could be said that he killed two birds with one stone. After saying this, LV Wenkang cupped his fist at Sun Xinjing again and said loudly, "Master, it's precisely because of these reasons that I think this case is very strange. There are still many suspicious points in this case that haven't been cleared up. It seems a little inappropriate to make a judgment before figuring it out. Master, please reconsider." After listening to LV Wenkang's words, Sun Xinjing fell into deep thought again. LV Wunkang's analysis was very reasonable. If what he said was true, Bai Jianmu, Zhong Leji, and that young Master Zhong were all suspects. It meant that the identity of the person who stole the blueprint was still unknown. So, who was the thief? According to LV Wenkang, Bai Jianmu did indeed answer Prince Zhong's question, but it was only because of Liu Huarong's reminder that he was able to answer it. According to his own explanation, it was because he was in ecstasy and didn't notice the people around him or the scenery around him. Although it sounded reasonable at the time, after thinking about it carefully, it was a little ridiculous. Could it be that after encountering the situation at that time, it would be like losing one's memory and not remembering anything? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing once again had doubts about Bai Jianmu. Bai Jianmu indeed relied on Liu Huarong's reminder to be able to answer that question. There was no doubt about this. This meant that Bai Jianmu didn't know the answer to this question. Although he gave a reasonable explanation, it didn't change the fact that he couldn't answer this question. Since Bai Jianmu didn't know the answer, it was very likely that he didn't have the experience of taking the bronze box from under the bed, so he didn't have any recollection of what happened at that time. Although Bai Jianmu was suspicious, young Master Zhong asked such a strange question. Wasn't he suspicious as well? If he asked normally, Prince Zhong should have asked Bai Jianmu about the process of getting the bronze box, not something unrelated to the bronze box. Just like what Bai Jianmu said just now, Prince Zhong was deliberately making things difficult for him, which was why he asked such a strange question. And Zhong Laji, wasn't he suspicious? If the blueprint was really stolen by Yi Xian, then if Yi Xian wanted to put the blueprint outside, he could only put it with Zhong Laji. This was because everyone in the South County branch knew that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji had the best relationship. It was reasonable for Yi Xian to put the blueprint with Zhong Laji. Zhong Laji looked at the bronze box every day and wanted to see the blueprint inside. It was human nature. Chapter 259. He originally thought that the case had been cleared up, but he didn't expect that it would become confusing again. In doubt, Sun Xinjing subconsciously looked at Zhong Meng again, only to see that Zhong Meng and Zhong Qiuming were talking about something. Sun Xinjing wanted to ask Zhong Meng, but he remembered Bai Jianmu's words and stopped himself. Because according to Bai Jianmu, Zhong Meng was also a suspect. If Prince Zhong was a suspect, wouldn't it be a mistake to listen to his opinion on the case? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing withdrew his gaze and looked at his eldest disciple, LV Wenkang. Just now, LV Wenkang's analysis was very clear and reasonable. Why don't I listen to his suggestion? Thinking of this, he looked at LV Wenkang and said with a smile, LV Wenkang, tell me, between Bai Jianmu and Zhong Laji, who is lying? After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, LV Wenkang shook his head and said with a wry smile, this disciple doesn't know. Both of their words make sense, and both of them are suspicious. This disciple really can't think of who is the most suspicious person among them. After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Bai Jianmu's heart suddenly sank. He didn't understand. Just now, Sun Xinjing clearly believed him, but after listening to LV Wenkang's words, he began to doubt him again. Bai Jianmu knew that the reason was all because of LV Wenkang. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu turned to look at LV Wenkang and asked loudly, eldest senior brother, you said that I had no recollection of taking the bronze box just now. This is very strange and suspicious. Then, let me ask you, are you sure you can remember clearly what happened around you? After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, LV Wenkang smiled awkwardly, but he still told the truth. I think that even if I can't remember everything, I should at least have some impression. It's impossible that I can't remember anything as if I have amnesia. After hearing LV Wenkang's answer, Bai Jianmu nodded. He looked at LV Wenkang and suddenly asked, eldest senior brother, when Master asked you a question just now, what was his expression? Did he blink or open his mouth? After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, LV Wenkang was immediately dumbfounded. He stammered, how can I remember Master's expression? Don't make things difficult for me. After hearing LV Wenkang's answer, Bai Jianmu sighed. Eldest senior brother, when Master asked you a question, you still refused to listen attentively. As your junior brother, I really don't know what to say to you. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing. Eldest senior brother, Master's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. He teaches us with great care every day. Could it be that you have forgotten this kindness? When Master was talking to you, you didn't even dare to look at him. Eldest senior brother, your actions really hurt my heart. Eldest senior brother, you've let down Master's kindness. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, LV Wenkang's expression became even more awkward. He hurriedly explained, Junior brother, you can't say that. It's not that I don't respect Master, but who would notice that kind of thing? Speaking of this, LV Wenkang suddenly stopped talking. He looked at Bai Zhenmu in surprise and said loudly, Bai Zhenmu, are you saying that this was the situation at that time? Bai Zhenmu nodded. Yes, as I've said just now, when I found this bronze box under the bed, I was very excited. When I reached out my hand to take this bronze box, I thought that the precious blueprint was in it. I wanted to open the box and see what the blueprint looked like. Bai Zhenmu nodded and said, You're right. Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at LV Wenkang and sighed. Eldest senior brother, I think that with your love for mechanisms, I'm afraid that if you were the one who saw the bronze box, your reaction would be similar to mine. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's question, Mr. LV Wenkang was stunned. Then, he thought of something. If it was him at that time and he knew that the precious blueprint that he dreamed of was in the bronze box, then, would he want to open it and take a look? After a long while, LV Wenkang was shocked to find that if it was him, he might have opened the bronze box at that time and taken the opportunity to look at the contents of the blueprint. Since his master treasured this blueprint so much, then this blueprint must be precious. Perhaps with just a glance, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits from it. Perhaps with just a glance, he would be able to break through the bottleneck and jump into a new space. When he thought of breaking through his current bottleneck, LV Wenkang's calm heart began to fluctuate. Looking at the excited LV Wenkang, Bai Zhenmu sneered in his heart. He was sure that if there really was such a moment, this eldest senior brother would definitely open the box and look at the blueprint inside. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu stepped forward and patted LV Wenkang's shoulder. Eldest senior brother, why don't you answer my question? Is there something inconvenient to answer? After being patted by Bai Zhenmu, LV Wenkang was startled awake from his chaotic thoughts. He hurriedly responded in a hasty manner and no longer spoke. Seeing LV Wenkang like this, Bai Zhenmu didn't continue to ask. Instead, he continued, to be honest, when I saw this bronze box, I only felt dizzy. The thought of opening the bronze box couldn't be dispelled from my mind. After grabbing the bronze box, the desire to open it became even stronger. I'm ashamed to say that there were several times when I grabbed the lid of the bronze box with my hand, wanting to open the bronze box and see what was so mysterious about this blueprint. At this point, Bai Zhenmu turned around and looked at Sun Xinjing. He cupped his fists and said loudly, But just as I was about to open the bronze box, I suddenly thought of Master. Thinking of what Master said to us, I suddenly felt a trace of shame in my heart. But you all know how precious this blueprint is. As long as we look at this blueprint, I believe that everyone will be able to comprehend a lot of things. Who knows, it might even let everyone enter a new world. At that time, there was a voice in my mind telling me to quickly open it. As long as you look at that blueprint, you will become stronger. But there was another voice in my mind telling me to never open it. This was Master's thing. If I opened this box, it meant that I had betrayed Master's trust and would forever live in guilt. I would never be able to stand upright in front of Master again. The moment I grabbed the bronze box, I was tormented by these two thoughts. It made me dizzy and I didn't know what to do. It was only in the end that I finally made up my mind. Chapter 260. At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused. He cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing again and said loudly, Thanks to Master's guidance, I was able to make the right choice at the crucial moment. At this point, Bai Zhenmu sighed. Although I made the right choice, my mind was in a mess at that time, and I couldn't remember anything. My idea at that time was to bring the bronze box to Master as soon as possible so that he wouldn't worry about it. As for me, I was in a daze when I took out the bronze box from under the bed. Then, I rushed out of the room and gave the bronze box to Master. After saying this, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at LV Wenkang and asked loudly, Senior brother, Is it strange that I didn't see where junior brother Liu was at that time? Or is it that you, eldest senior brother, were able to remain calm and collected when you saw the bronze box? Are you still able to observe the people and scenery around you? After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, LV Wenkang sighed helplessly and shook his head. No, I can't. I'm afraid that when I saw the bronze box, I had the same thought as you. When Liu Huarong saw this, he knew that it was time for him to speak. He stepped forward and said, Master, it's true. When senior brother Bai came out from under the bed, he did look distracted. It's reasonable that he didn't see where I was. At this point, Liu Huarong cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said, Master, it's because what senior brother Bai said is true that I'm willing to testify for him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have participated in this matter. When Prince Zhong asked senior brother Bai the question, I guess that senior brother Bai didn't notice where I was and was afraid that senior brother Bai would be wronged. Therefore, I gave senior brother Bai a hint and caused eldest senior brother to misunderstand. Master, please forgive me. At this point, Liu Huarong turned to look at LV Wenkang and said sincerely, Eldest senior brother, what I did just now made you think too much. I apologize to you. At this point, Liu Huarong's tone changed and he continued, Eldest senior brother, if this happens again, I will still give senior brother Bai a hint because what senior brother Bai said is true. I can't let him be wronged for nothing and turn a blind eye. What's more, Master teaches us every day to be honest. If I didn't give senior apprentice brother Bai a hint and let him answer Prince Zhong's question and be suspected by everyone, then wouldn't I be letting down Master's teachings? Hearing Liu Huarong's righteous words, everyone in the hall fell silent. LV Wenkang was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of Liu Huarong. He reached out and patted Liu Huarong's shoulder. Good job, 6th junior brother. I didn't misjudge you. I'm the one who has let you down. After hearing LV Wenkang's words, Liu Huarong's heart, which had been hanging in the air all this time, finally relaxed completely. He knew that although eldest senior brother LV Wenkang didn't talk much, he was still the eldest senior brother after all. Master still valued every word he said. Now that LV Wenkang had said such words, it could completely prove that Bai Jianmu wasn't lying, and he didn't give false testimony. Bai Jianmu was even more elated. He didn't expect this matter to be resolved so easily. Not only was it resolved, but it was also resolved perfectly. LV Wenkang agreed with Liu Huarong's statement and praised him. This meant that he had completely believed his words and his explanation. Looking at the ashamed LV Wenkang, Tang Jianan knew that it was time for him to step forward. At the thought of this, Tang Jianan also quickly stepped forward and stood in front of LV Wenkang and Liu Huarong. It's really worth celebrating that eldest senior brother can understand this. If it weren't for the fact that I had something to do today, I would really have a drink with eldest senior brother to celebrate. At this point, Tang Jianan paused for a moment before continuing. However, we still have a more important mission to complete. Now, although we've found the bronze box, we don't know where the blueprint in the bronze box is. Therefore, we have to work harder and try to find the blueprint in the bronze box as soon as possible. Eldest senior brother, we'll have to rely on your help to find the blueprint. Hearing Tang Jianan's words, LV Wenkang quickly waved his hand. No, I'm just guessing. How can you take it seriously? However, we really have to find the blueprint as soon as possible. If outsiders get it, it'll be terrible. Hearing their words, Bai Jianmu let out a long sigh of relief. He knew very well that he would be the victor in this dispute. Originally, he had the support of Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong to form a 3-man team. Now, with LV Wenkang joining, no one in the South County branch would be able to stop them. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu quickly cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, Master, you heard it just now. Do you think what I said is reasonable? Sun Xinjing nodded when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he was thinking silently. If Bai Jianmu wasn't lying, wouldn't that prove that Zhong Laji was lying? If the bronze box belonged to Zhong Laji, then it meant that Yi Xian, who was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, was really the person who stole the blueprint. This was because Zhong Laji didn't know where the blueprint was placed. In addition, even if Zhong Laji stole the blueprint, it wouldn't benefit him that much. Therefore, it was unlikely that he would steal the blueprint. The person who was most likely to steal the blueprint was, of course, Yi Xian, who knew where the blueprint was placed. There was another problem. Since the blueprint was stolen by Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, then what Bai Jianmu said about Prince Zhong coming to take the blueprint was true? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing became a little anxious. He knew very well that if he didn't find the blueprint, it would be terrible if Prince Zhong was really the person who came to take the blueprint. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at LV Wenkang again and asked loudly, "LV Wenkang, tell me now. What's suspicious about this case?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, LV Wenkang thought for a moment before he stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Master, you heard it just now. Bai Jianmu's explanation is reasonable." The moment he saw the bronze box, his mind was in a mess. It is indeed possible. In that state, he didn't notice where Liu Huarong was. This should be a reasonable explanation. This means that Bai Jianmu didn't lie. Chapter 261. LV Wenkang stopped speaking and turned to look at Zhong Laji. He sighed and said, "Since junior brother Bai didn't lie, it proves that junior brother Zhong is lying. And this bronze box, without a doubt, should belong to Zhong Laji." After LV Wenkang finished speaking, the hall fell into silence. No one spoke. Everyone was considering LV Wenkang's words. Even Sun Xinjing was no exception. He carefully pondered whether LV Wenkang's words were true or false. At this moment, Zhong Laji's heart was filled with grief. He finally understood how Yi Xian felt at that time. Now that the bronze box had appeared, it proved that the person who stole the blueprint was about to appear. Bai Jianmu had found the bronze box in his room, and the bronze box didn't belong to him. This could only prove that the bronze box definitely belonged to Bai Jianmu. Since the bronze box belonged to Bai Jianmu, the identity of the person who stole the blueprint was self-evident. This further proved that Yi Xian was definitely not the person who stole the blueprint. Because no matter what, Zhong Laji didn't believe that Yi Xian would give the bronze box to Bai Jianmu after stealing the blueprint. When he thought about how Yi Xian had been wronged and how he, as a good friend, didn't speak up for him, he even faintly thought that since Yi Xian knew the location of the blueprint, he must be the person who stole it. Yi Xian was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion. It seemed that he was next. Back then, no one spoke up for Yi Xian. Now that it was his turn, no one spoke up for him either. He watched Bai Jianmu speak with assurance, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang speak righteously, and master's suspicious gaze. Seeing this, Zhong Laji suddenly felt completely disheartened. At this moment, everything felt like a dream. It was a little blurry and unreal. Seeing that Zhong Laji didn't answer and wasn't in a hurry to explain, Bai Jianmu sneered in his heart. He knew that his dream plan was about to succeed. However, he still needed to put in a little more effort. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. "Master, you heard eldest senior brother's words. Now that the evidence is conclusive, we can already prove that the bronze box belongs to Zhong Laji. As for the person who stole the blueprint, I can already confirm that it's definitely Yi Xian." At this point, Bai Jianmu's tone paused for a moment before he continued. "Yi Xian betrayed master's trust and stole the blueprint. He then gave it to Zhong Laji and made him work for him outside. In the past, these were all just conjectures, there was no real evidence. Now that we've found the bronze box in Zhong Laji's room, this can completely prove that what was said at that time was true. The blueprint was indeed stolen by Yi Xian, and Zhong Laji is definitely Yi Xian's accomplice. The two of them worked together to eliminate dissidents and achieve their unspeakable goals." After Bai Jianmu finished speaking, before Sun Xinjing could say anything, Tang Zhenan cupped his fists and said, "Master, what junior brother Bai said makes sense. Now that the evidence is conclusive, it's time to make a decision. Now that third junior brother refuses to admit it, I think master shouldn't be merciful. It's best to find the blueprint as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happens to the blueprint, the consequences will be unimaginable." After hearing his two senior brothers say what they wanted to say, Liu Huarong felt that he had nothing else to say. Just as he was about to lower his head in silence, he suddenly saw Zhong Meng sitting at the side. His heart suddenly moved, and he suddenly had an idea. Liu Huarong also cupped his fists and said, "Master, what the senior brothers said makes sense. The matter of the blueprint has to be settled as soon as possible. Now, Prince Zhong's suspicion has not been cleared. If something goes wrong, it will be terrible. Once the blueprint is out of the sect, it won't be easy to get it back." At this point, Liu Huarong's tone paused, and then he cupped his fists and said to Sun Xinjing, "Master, it's time to make a decision. If we can't make a decision now and the blueprint is really taken away by someone, it will be really terrible." When Sun Xinjing heard this, his heart suddenly moved. He was also very clear that now was not the time to delay. If Prince Zhong was really in cahoots with Zhong Laji, then the blueprint was really taken away by Prince Zhong. That would be really terrible. The key was that this Prince Zhong was really suspicious. He only took so much money, and he wanted to build the world's largest auction house. This was simply like a joke, and it didn't seem like he really wanted to do anything. Not only that, Prince Zhong's arrival was also very coincidental. The most important thing was that when Prince Zhong came here, he went directly to Zhong Laji's place. Was this a coincidence, or was it intentional? Just like what Bai Zhenmu said just now, Prince Zhong came here to get the blueprint, but when he came, Zhong Laji might have left, or Zhong Laji had already given the blueprint to Prince Zhong. Because Prince Zhong didn't really come here to build anything, when he asked, his answer was also inexplicable, and he said such ridiculous things. Now that he thought about it, Sun Xinjing suddenly had a feeling of realization. It should be said that from the beginning, Prince Zhong came directly to Zhong Laji's place. As for the building he wanted to build, it was just an excuse. His real purpose was to get the blueprint, and definitely not to ask the Tianji sect to build an auction house for him. The auction house he mentioned was simply too ridiculous. Sun Xinjing swore that he had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing became more and more suspicious of Zhong Meng. He felt that Bai Zhenmu was right. This Prince Zhong definitely came here with bad intentions. However, Prince Zhong was a guest after all. He couldn't just take him down like Yi Xian. He needed real evidence. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng and said with a smile, "Prince Zhong, what do you think of what they said just now? Don't you have anything to say?" Zhong Meng was stunned when he heard this. He turned to look at Sun Xinjing and asked doubtfully, "Branch leader Sun, didn't you say that you don't want me to care about this matter? What else do I have to say?" Seeing that Zhong Meng didn't understand what he meant, Sun Xinjing coughed awkwardly and asked again, "I mean, Prince Zhong, don't you have anything to explain about Bai Zhenmu and the others suspecting you?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng suddenly understood. Then, he asked curiously, "Explain? Why should I explain?" Speaking of this, Zhong Meng's eyes lit up. He looked at Sun Xinjing and asked uncertainly, "Branch leader Sun, don't tell me you believe such a ridiculous thing?" Hearing Zhong Meng say that the question was ridiculous, Sun Xinjing was stunned. Chapter 262. Sun Xinjing didn't understand what was so funny about what Bai Zhenmu said just now. Everyone was obviously discussing a problem seriously. How could it turn into a joke? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng and asked again, "Prince Zhong, don't you think what Bai Jianbo said is very reasonable?" After listening to Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng couldn't help but laugh. "Division leader Sun, you don't really think that I came here for your blueprint, do you?" As soon as Zhong Meng finished speaking, before Sun Xinjing could speak, Liu Huarong had already spoken. "Prince Zhong, an honest man doesn't do underhanded things. If third senior brother gave you the blueprint, please take it out as soon as possible to avoid hurting our relationship. Master will never blame you." Liu Huarong secretly hated Zhong Meng for making things difficult for him just now. He was ready to teach him a lesson to avenge the enmity just now. Hearing Liu Huarong's question, Zhong Meng ignored him. Instead, he looked at Sun Xinjing and asked with a smile, "Division leader Sun, do you believe what they said?" At this moment, Sun Xinjing really suspected Zhong Meng. Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing sighed and slowly said, "Prince Zhong, this blueprint is very important to our sect. If the blueprint is really in Prince Zhong's hands, please take it out. I will never blame you." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Zhenmu was so happy that he almost jumped out. He already understood that Sun Xinjing had completely believed his words. Since Sun Xinjing suspected that the blueprint was in Zhongmeng's hands, then he would naturally think that the blueprint was stolen by Yi Xian. At the same time, Zhong Laji would not be able to escape. In this way, in the South County branch, all the people who were a threat to him would disappear completely in his plan. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu simply wanted to laugh out loud to express his joy. However, Bai Zhenmu knew that at this time, he could not be too complacent because he knew that many things that he knew would succeed failed at the last step. For the sake of his plan's stability, Bai Zhenmu did not want to offend too many people. After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, he quickly spoke. Master, I think that Prince Zhong might have just happened to be here. This matter might have nothing to do with him. That blueprint should still be in the hands of Yi Xian or Zhong Laji. At this point, Bai Zhenmu cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and continued, Master, if this matter has nothing to do with Prince Zhong, wouldn't it be too rude of us to treat him like this? I think it's better to ask Yi Xian and junior brother Zhong first. If we can find the blueprint, regardless of whether this matter has anything to do with Prince Zhong or not, we shouldn't pursue it. Therefore, I plead with Master to let me ask Yi Xian and junior brother Zhong and ask them to take out the blueprint as soon as possible in case something happens to it. Tang Jianan naturally knew the principle of strength in numbers. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's request, he quickly stepped forward and said, Master, I think that junior brother Bai's words make a lot of sense. We all know junior brother Bai's martial arts very well. I believe that with him interrogating Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, we should be able to find the blueprint very quickly. Therefore, I plead with Master to let junior brother Bai handle this matter. I believe that he should be able to find the blueprint very quickly. After hearing their words, Sun Xinjing glanced at Zhongmeng again. He felt that Bai Kumo's words made sense. Regardless of whether Prince Zhong was telling the truth or not, or whether he was the one who came for the blueprint, as long as the blueprint could be found, Sun Xinjing knew that it was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. At this thought, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Bai Zhenmu. After hesitating for a while, he finally said slowly, All right. But Bai Zhenmu, you have to promise me that you won't do anything drastic. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Zhenmu was overjoyed. He knew that his plan was just a little bit away from success. And he was just a little bit away from crippling Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. As for whether he could find the blueprint or not, this was no longer something that he did not care about during the day. This was because Bai Zhenmu knew that they would never be able to find the blueprint. As long as Sun Xinjing agreed to let him handle this matter, then he would find a suitable opportunity to hand the blueprint over to them. In any case, as long as Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were unlucky, then the position of the South County branch would be his, Bai Zhenmu's, and that blueprint would naturally return to his hands in the end. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu suppressed the joy in his heart. He cupped his fists and responded to his master. Then, he turned to look at Zhong Laji and sneered. Zhong Laji, at this point, the evidence of you stealing the blueprint is conclusive. You don't have to quibble anymore. I can guarantee that as long as you tell me the truth, I will let you off. At this moment, after hearing that his master had agreed to let him handle this matter, Zhong Laji no longer had any thoughts of resisting. He knew that there was only one time. Not only would he be finished, but even Yi Xian would be finished. He would never have a chance to turn the situation around in the South County branch. Although he was unwilling, what could he do? Bai Zhenmu's martial arts were strong, and he believed that his skills in messing with people would not be weak. Zhong Laji was also certain that no matter how strong he was, he would definitely admit it in the end. Yi Xian's ending was similar to his. No matter how strong his bones were, Zhong Laji knew that Bai Zhenmu would have more ways to deal with him. In the end, Zhong Laji felt that Yi Xian would also admit that he had done it, just like him. As for the blueprint, Zhong Laji also knew that at the critical moment, Bai Zhenmu would definitely take out the blueprint to prove that what he said was true. As for the final location of the blueprint, Zhong Laji could also think of it. It might be his residence or Yi Xian's residence. In short, the blueprint would definitely be found in his and Yi Xian's residences. As long as the blueprint was found, he and Yi Xian's crimes would be determined. Bai Jianmu would naturally become the branch master of the South County branch, and that blueprint would eventually return to Bai Jianmu. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji felt a sense of desolation. Just a moment ago, he was still Sun Xinjing's third disciple, but in the blink of an eye, he had become the person who stole the blueprint. Zhong Laji knew very well whether this was a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. However, no matter what the reason was, Zhong Laji knew very well that from now on, he would no longer be able to establish a foothold in the South County branch. The best outcome was that he would be expelled by his master, and the worst outcome was that he might not even be able to leave the South County branch. He might be locked in the Repentance Pavilion for the rest of his life, or he might be crippled by Bai Jianmu. In short, no matter what the outcome was, Zhong Laji knew that he and Yi Xian would definitely not have a good ending in the future. Chapter 263. Looking at Zhong Laji's ashen face, Bai Jianmu didn't feel any sympathy. He knew very well that if he failed this time, the result would definitely be very miserable. Therefore, he didn't feel any sympathy. He only felt the joy of almost succeeding. After planning for so long, his plan was finally going to succeed. Wasn't this a happy thing? Unlike Bai Jianmu's joy, Tang Zhenan felt a little uncomfortable. Looking at the despair in Zhong Laji's eyes, Tang Zhenan's heart couldn't help but jump a few times. He was the second senior brother, Zhong Laji was the third junior brother. The two of them entered the sect a year apart, so it could be said that they spent the most time together. In the past, Tang Zhenan knew that his talent wasn't very strong, so he was humble and polite. Zhong Laji wasn't an arrogant and despotic person, so the two of them got along quite well. But why did things turn out like this? Tang Zhenan didn't understand. He originally thought that the three of them were only targeting Yi Xian alone. Tang Zhenan didn't have any thoughts about Yi Xian. Yi Xian's talent was very high, and Sun Xinjing also thought highly of him. Therefore, if Yi Xian had any questions about mechanism techniques, Sun Xinjing would personally answer them. Yi Xian was very diligent. He basically didn't interact with others and practiced mechanism techniques every day. Therefore, Tang Zhenan didn't have a deep impression of him. In fact, Tang Zhenan even felt a little jealous of Yi Xian in his heart. As the second senior brother, he should be the one who interacted with the master the most besides the eldest senior brother. However, Tang Zhenan knew very well that LV Wenkang was the one who answered most of his questions about mechanism techniques. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhenan hesitated when Zhong Laji asked him to answer whether LV Wenkang had the idea of stealing the blueprint. Although he knew that LV Wenkang definitely had the idea of taking the blueprint for himself, he didn't want to say it out loud because LV Wenkang took care of him the most. He really couldn't bear to say that. As for Yi Xian, to Tang Zhenan, he wasn't much better than a stranger. He was more like someone he had just met, someone he wasn't very familiar with. Moreover, when Tang Zhenan and Bai Jianmu formed an alliance, he really did not know who had stolen the blueprint. However, he felt that Bai Jianmu had the upper hand, so he took the initiative to form an alliance. He wanted to become the number 2 person in the South County branch after Bai Jianmu became the branch leader. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Tang Zhenan never expected that Zhong Laji would want to investigate this matter again. Not only that, Zhong Laji even wanted him to reveal that his eldest senior brother wanted to steal the blueprints. This question infuriated Tang Zhenan. He let go of the guilt he felt towards Zhong Laji and began to focus on dealing with Zhong Laji. After the two sides fought several times, Zhong Laji finally fell into a disadvantageous position and thoroughly fought to hell. However, even though Tang Zhenan had let go of the burden in his heart, he still could not bear to see Zhong Laji's expression. Most importantly, after the bronze box incident, he finally understood who was the one who stole the blueprint. Bai Jianmu. It must be Bai Jianmu. He was the one who stole the blueprint and then framed Yi Xian. Now, he wanted to defeat Zhong Laji. When Bai Jianmu did not know the answer to Prince Zhong's question, Tang Zhenan had already understood that Bai Jianmu had definitely stolen the blueprint unintentionally. Otherwise, he did not believe that a smart person like Bai Jianmu would not remember where Liu Huarong was standing at that time. More importantly, Tang Zhenan did not believe that after Bai Jianmu found the bronze box, he did not look at the blueprint inside. Instead, He was conflicted for a long time and did not look at the blueprint. Tang Jianan would never believe such a thing. Even if it were him, after seeing the bronze box under the bed, his first thought would definitely be to open the bronze box and see what was written on the blueprint that he had always dreamed of. Tang Jianan already understood this point from Liu Huarong's expression. Bai Jianmu said that when he saw the bronze box, his heart was extremely conflicted. However, Tang Jianan did not see any reaction from Liu Huarong's face to Bai Jianmu's words. This meant that they definitely did not go through this period at that time. Therefore, Tang Jianan could already say with certainty that Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint. Now, Bai Jianmu wanted to use this blueprint to frame Zhong Laji and Yi Xian. Tang Jianan knew that Zhong Laji had his own reasons for being in such a state. Without him speaking up for Bai Jianmu, his master would not have believed Bai Jianmu's words so quickly and let him handle this matter. Tang Jianan sighed in his heart as he looked at the sneering Bai Jianmu. They saw in Bai Jianmu's eyes that he did not care about his fellow disciple. All they saw was pride and a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Tang Jianan knew that this time, Zhong Laji was really done for. Not only was he successfully framed by Bai Jianmu, but his life was also done for. However, Tang Jianan knew that no matter how much he regretted it, it would be useless. This was because Bai Jianmu would definitely not let Zhong Laji off. The small trick he mentioned was definitely not as simple as a small trick. It was a small trick that could at least cripple Zhong Laji. At this moment, Tang Jianan actually felt a sense of regret. If he had not helped Bai Jianmu, Zhong Laji would not have ended up in such a state. Tang Jianan was not the only one who felt sorry for Zhong Laji. Liu Huarong also felt a trace of guilt in his heart. As the sixth brother of the same sect, he did not enter the sect early and his talent was not considered high. Usually, when he had questions, it was his senior brothers who answered them themselves. Among the people who answered his questions was his third senior brother, Zhong Laji, who was currently in front of him with an ashen face and eyes full of despair. Liu Huarong was forced by the situation just now, so he did not think too much about it. When things really went according to Bai Jianmu's plan, he suddenly realized what he was doing. Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint. He already knew this when he was in Zhong Laji's living room. Although Bai Jianmu did not tell him clearly, he could guess that if Bai Jianmu did not steal the blueprint, he would not have this bronze box. Seeing the victory that was about to be in his hands, Liu Huarong was a little puzzled. He did not understand if what he was doing was right. When he chose Bai Jianmu, he did not think too much about it. This was because with his strength, he could not do much in the South County branch. He only wanted to live well in the South County branch. It was that simple. Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint, and the next successor of the branch master could no longer be Yi Xian. Therefore, Liu Huarong chose Bai Jianmu. He did not want to target Yi Xian. Chapter 264. Looking at Zhong Laji who lowered his head silently, Bai Jianmu sneered, "Zhong Laji, I think you'd better admit it as soon as possible so that you don't have to suffer. As your junior brother, I don't have the heart to do that." When Zhong Laji heard Bai Jianmu's question, he ignored him and turned to look at Sun Xinjing. After a while, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Sun Xinjing. Then he said in a mournful tone, "I'm sorry. Master, your disciple can swear that the matter of the blueprint has nothing to do with me. Without your permission, your disciple would never do such a disgraceful thing. This matter must be done by Bai Jianmu because if he didn't do it, he wouldn't have taken out the bronze box. Master, it doesn't matter if your disciple is punished, but your disciple didn't steal the blueprint. Even if your disciple admits it, I can't take out the blueprint. Master, your disciple knows. You won't believe me no matter what I say, but your disciple still has to say that the blueprint is definitely not stolen. Please believe me, Master. Don't be deceived by a villain and ruin our plan." After saying this, Zhong Laji kowtowed a few more times to Sun Xinjing and didn't say anything else. Hearing Zhong Laji's calm words, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly moved. He recalled Zhong Laji's usual behavior and felt that Zhong Laji really didn't seem like someone who would steal the blueprint. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Jianmu saw Sun Xinjing's hesitant expression and didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, Zhong Leji has conclusive evidence to prove that the bronze box belongs to him. This kind of person's words aren't worth believing. If his oath was useful, he wouldn't have stolen your blueprint. Now that he has enough evidence to prove his actions, he wants to rely on his oath to gain your trust and give you a chance to turn the tables. Master, you mustn't believe Zhong Leji's nonsense. Otherwise, you'll ruin our plan. At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing. Master, the whole case is now clear. Yi Xian stole the blueprint for some purpose. This is an indisputable fact. Zhong Leji is working for Yi Xian. Now, there is conclusive evidence. The reason why the two of them still refused to admit their crimes was because they knew that their master was kind and would not do anything to them. Even if they had made a mistake, as long as they refused to admit it, their master would not be able to do anything to them. Therefore, even though the evidence was conclusive, they still refused to admit their crimes. Master, for the sake of our sect's reputation, and to prevent the blueprint from being leaked, please don't believe their nonsense. You should put all your effort to search for the blueprint. Master, just let me handle the rest. I will definitely get the blueprint back. Buys, of course, your disciples is, SSS, IS, please agree to your disciples' request. Hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing finally reacted. Bai Jianmu was right. He was too kind. Now that he was certain that the bronze box was found in Zhong Leji's room, he still refused to be heavy-handed. He wanted Zhong Leji to hand over the blueprint as soon as possible. Perhaps, it was just as Bai Jianmu had said. Yi Xian and Zhong Leji knew that even if they refused to admit it, he wouldn't do anything to them. In fact, he wouldn't even punish them severely. However, it seemed that if he didn't punish them severely, it would be difficult to find the blueprint. Moreover, Bai Jianmu had promised that he would be able to find the blueprint. The most important thing was to find the blueprint. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing secretly gritted his teeth, then raised his head to look at Bai Jianmu and slowly asked, Bai Jianmu, are you confident in finding the blueprint? After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Bai Jianmu sneered in his heart. The blueprint was in his hands. As long as he found the right opportunity to take it out, he would be able to find the blueprint. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu hurriedly cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said confidently, Master, please don't worry. As long as you let me handle this, I will definitely find the blueprint. I won't let the blueprint fall into the hands of others. Seeing how confident Bai Jianmu was, Sun Xinjing was slightly relieved. After hesitating for a moment, he said slowly, Bai Jianmu, since you are confident in finding the blueprint, go ahead and do it. Master won't blame you if anything happens. When Sun Xinjing said this, everyone present had different feelings. At this moment, Zhong Leji had completely given up. He knew that he and Yi Xian were completely done for because of the blueprint. On the other hand, Bai Jianmu was overjoyed. Sun Xinjing had given him full authority to handle this matter. This meant that Sun Xinjing didn't care about him anymore. No matter how he treated Yi Xian and Zhong Leji, Sun Xinjing wouldn't blame him. When he thought about how he would be able to cripple these two annoying fellows, the corners of Bai Jianmu's mouth curled into a sneer. He secretly clenched his fists. Bai Jianmu turned around and looked at Zhong Leji. He didn't say anything and just walked towards him. When he arrived in front of Zhong Leji, Bai Jianmu patted him on the shoulder and said softly, Do you really want to deny it? Zhong Leji sighed inwardly when he saw the sneer on Bai Jianmu's face. He knew very well what Bai Jianmu meant. If he still denied it, Bai Jianmu would only deal a heavy blow to him. He wouldn't stop until he admitted to it. Zhong Leji also knew very well that if he agreed with Bai Jianmu and admitted that he had stolen the blueprint, then Bai Jianmu would take out the blueprint at the right time and use it as evidence that he and Yi Xian had stolen the blueprint. There was one thing that Zhong Leji was sure of. Regardless of whether he and Yi Xian admitted to it or not, Bai Jianmu would not let him and Yi Xian off. This was because if he and Yi Xian walked out of the South County branch safely, in Bai Jianmu's eyes, they would always be a threat. Therefore, Bai Jianmu would definitely not let him and Yi Xian off so easily. Even if he admitted to it, his ending wouldn't be much better. Perhaps he could survive, but it would definitely be very miserable. However, even if it was very miserable, he would still survive. If he didn't admit it, looking at the fierce glint in Bai Jianmu's eyes, Zhong Laji knew very well that neither he nor Yi Shen could escape. They would definitely die under Bai Jianmu's heavy blow. The key was that even if Bai Jianmu killed him, he would still take out the blueprint he had stolen at the right time and continue to frame him and Yi Shen. Even if he and Yi Shen were killed, they would still bear the crime of stealing the blueprint. Although there were two choices now, one thing would definitely not change. That was, he and Yi Shen had to be the ones who stole the blueprint. Chapter 265. These were Bai Jianmu's only two choices, and he would be accused of stealing the blueprint. One was to be killed and become the person who stole the blueprint. The other was to be crippled. He might not even be able to take care of himself, but he would still be alive. However, he would still be accused of stealing the blueprint. When Zhong Leji thought of these two outcomes and saw Bai Jianmu's sneer at the corner of his mouth, Zhong Leji suddenly felt furious, which made Zhong Leji feel sad and furious. No. I will never admit it. I will never admit it no matter what. Thinking of this, Zhong Leji looked at Bai Jianmu and suddenly laughed loudly. Bai Jianmu, what are you planning? Don't think that I don't know. You want me to admit it and then frame me and Yi Shen for stealing the blueprint. Bai Jianmu, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't admit it. Just give up. At this point, Bai Jianmu was no longer as angry as before. This was because he had already won. Everything was under his control. It was only a matter of time before he made Zhong Leji admit that he stole the blueprint. Bai Jianmu didn't believe that Zhong Leji could be so stubborn. Even if he was stubborn, how long could he last under his methods? Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu looked at Zhong Leji and suddenly laughed. After laughing, he sighed. Third senior brother, no matter what, you are still my third senior brother. As long as you admit that you did this, I can promise you that I will definitely let you and Yi Shen go down the mountain. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu's gaze was fixed on Zhong Leji's face. He said word by word, third senior brother, are you still not going to admit it? Bai Jianmu, don't even think about making me take the blame for you. Seeing that Zhong Leji didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, Bai Jianmu narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Tang Jianan suddenly stepped forward and looked at Zhong Leji. He lowered his voice and spoke. Third junior brother, at this point, don't you understand? It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. The blueprint. At this point, Tang Jianan paused and glanced at Bai Jianmu subconsciously. Bai Jianmu didn't react to this sentence, so he continued speaking in a low voice. Third junior brother, don't tell me you still don't understand. Whether you admit it or not, junior brother Bai will find you and Yi Shen at your residence. If you resist now, other than suffering a bit, there's no meaning. Junior brother Bai also promised that as long as you admit that you and Yi Shen did this, he won't do anything to you. Third junior brother, you should think about it carefully. Hearing Tang Jianan's words, Zhong Leji was furious. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Tang Jianan. Tang Jianan, how can you say such a thing? I clearly didn't steal the blueprint. Why do you want me to admit it? What are your intentions? Why are you doing this? Tang Jianan, what have I done to you? Why do you have to frame me like this? Looking at the crazed Zhong Leji, Bai Jianmu said to Tang Jianan coldly, second senior brother, don't worry about it. Since he refuses to admit it, I can only disregard our relationship as fellow disciples and use some tricks. Zhong Leji, on the account that we're fellow disciples, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I've already given you a chance, but since you don't want it, don't blame me for not showing mercy. At this point, Bai Jianmu waved his hand at Tang Jianan. Second senior brother, step back. Let me teach this treacherous Zhong Leji a lesson. As he spoke, Bai Jianmu raised his hand. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the side. Junior brother Bai, it's better not to use tricks. I can't bear to see you do this. When Bai Jianmu heard this voice, he turned around and saw that it was his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang. His face was full of pity. Seeing that Bai Jianmu looked over, LV Wenkang spoke again. Junior brother Bai, no matter what, we're all fellow disciples. After so many years, we've been in contact with each other. Isn't it a little inappropriate to use tricks on him now? Bai Jianmu knew that although his plan was more than half successful, he still didn't dare to be careless. After hearing LV Wenkang's words, he could only reply, "Eldest senior brother, I don't want to use tricks, but Zhong Laji refuses to admit it. There's nothing I can do." At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing, "Eldest senior brother, if you have a good way to make Zhong Laji admit it, I naturally won't use any tricks. It'll also save us from hurting the harmony between fellow disciples. People will say that I, Bai Jianmu, am ruthless and don't care about the relationship between fellow disciples." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, LV Wenkang was stunned at first. His face was full of embarrassment. After a long while, he nodded at Bai Jianmu and sighed. "All right then, let me try and see if I can convince third junior brother to hand over the blueprint." After saying this, LV Wenkang walked toward Zhong Laji. Hearing LV Wenkang's words, Bai Jianmu did not answer. He only sneered in his heart. "No matter how powerful you are, the blueprint is in my hands. If you can get Zhong Laji to take it out, then I'll really be convinced." Although Bai Jianmu knew that it was impossible for Zhong Laji to take out the blueprint, as someone who was about to become the leader of the South County branch, he could not let others think that he was ruthless. He could only let LV Wenkang try. Although Bai Jianmu also knew very well that LV Wenkang would be of no use this time, he still had to do the superficial work. LV Wenkang came in front of Zhong Laji and did not speak directly. Instead, he looked at Zhong Laji for a long time before speaking. Of course, this was not because LV Wenkang was scheming. It was because he really did not know where to start. "Third junior brother, did you do this?" Hearing LV Wenkang's question, Zhong Laji smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Eldest senior brother, would you believe me if I said that I didn't do it?" LV Wenkang was stunned when he heard this. Then, he slowly shook his head. "I don't believe you because all the evidence now proves that you and Yi Xian stole the blueprint. Moreover, the bronze box that contained the blueprint was found in your room. If you say that you didn't steal the blueprint, who would believe you?" After hearing LV Wenkang's words, Zhong Laji nodded and said sadly, "That's indeed the case. Bai Jianmu found the bronze box in my room. It's indeed the best evidence." At this point, Zhong Laji suddenly raised his head, looked at LV Wenkang in front of him, and said quickly, "Eldest senior brother, if I say that the bronze box belongs to Bai Jianmu, and the reason why he was able to find it in my room was because he wanted to frame me. Eldest senior brother, would you believe me if I said that?" LV Wenkang shook his head. "Third junior brother, if you switched places with me, would you believe me?" Chapter 266. After listening to LV Wenkang's words, Zhong Laji shook his head sadly. "I don't believe it either." Speaking of this, Zhong Laji suddenly raised his head and looked at LV Wenkang. He said loudly, "Senior brother, although you don't believe me, I still have to say that I didn't steal the blueprint. That bronze box isn't mine either. Bai Jianmu really wants to frame me." Hearing this, LV Wenkang sighed. "Third junior brother, Bai Jianmu has a witness. Liu Huarong can testify for him. Do you have a witness? Is there anyone who can testify for you?" Zhong Laji shook his head. "Eldest senior brother, Liu Huarong testifies for Bai Jianmu. This is very obvious. The two of them are in cahoots. If Liu Huarong testifies for Bai Jianmu, wouldn't that be a joke?" LV Wenkang shook his head. "Third junior brother, no one can prove that Liu Huarong and Bai Jianmu are in cahoots. When they went to search the room, the two of them unintentionally teamed up. They didn't do it on purpose. If you say that Bai Jianmu is framing you, then he should have taken the initiative to ask to be in cahoots with Liu Huarong." Hearing this, Zhong Laji was stunned. He just remembered that when they were searching the room and preparing to divide into groups, Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong were in the same group. They didn't take the initiative to ask for it. It was the eldest senior brother who assigned it. Zhong Laji could basically conclude now that Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong were definitely in cahoots. Not only the two of them, even Tang Jianan was in cahoots with them. However, although they were in cahoots, they didn't take the initiative to ask for it during the division. Instead, they let the eldest senior brother assign it. Could it be that Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong weren't in cahoots? No, this was impossible. If they weren't in cahoots, why would Liu Huarong testify for Bai Jianmu? However, he was the only one who knew that Liu Huarong was a fake witness for Bai Jianmu. Because only he could be sure that he was definitely not the person who stole the blueprint. The bronze box that Bai Jianmu found naturally did not belong to him. Although he knew that Liu Huarong and Bai Jianmu were in cahoots, the bronze box that Bai Jianmu found in his room was fake, and Liu Huarong's testimony for him was also fake. He was very clear about these matters. Most importantly, no one else knew about it, because no one could be sure that they didn't steal the blueprint. Naturally, they couldn't be sure if the bronze box belonged to them. And Bai Jianmu had Liu Huarong as his witness. Then, based on the evidence, this bronze box was his. However, no matter what Liu Huarong said, Zhong Leji knew that the bronze box was definitely not his. He was also not the person who stole the blueprint. The key was that he had no witnesses to prove that what he said was true, or to make others believe that what he said was true. If he wanted to prove that what he said was true, he could only prove that what Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong said was false. Zhong Leji understood what Prince Zhong meant just now. He knew that he had taken the right approach. If Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong hadn't experienced that kind of thing, they wouldn't have thought of that question. When Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong gave Bai Jianmu a hint, Zhong Leji almost cried with joy at that moment. He thought that he was finally free from suspicion. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still the one who stole the blueprint. How could he prove that Liu Huarong and Bai Jianmu were lying? Just now, Prince Zhong wanted to prove himself, but he failed. Bai Jianmu and the others tried to defend him, and he almost got himself implicated. Zhong Leji also realized that if Bai Jianmu didn't want to cause trouble, Prince Zhong would have become a suspect now. Seeing that Zhong Leji didn't dare to speak, LV Wenkang couldn't help but ask, "Third junior brother, what are you hesitating for? Since you and Yi Xian took the blueprint, as long as you admit it, Master will not punish you severely." Or, before LV Wenkang finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhong Leji. "Eldest senior brother, don't say any more. I really didn't steal the blueprint. Even if I admit it, I can't take it out." Speaking of this, Zhong Leji paused for a moment before continuing. "Moreover, if I admit it, wouldn't the person who stole the blueprint be laughing at me from the sidelines? Eldest senior brother, I definitely won't do such a thing." LV Wenkang saw that Bai Jianmu's words were sincere, and he kept saying that he didn't steal the blueprint. If he admitted it, he would be laughed at by the person who stole the blueprint. Looking at this scene, LV Wenkang was bewildered once more. He looked at Zhong Leji and tried asking, "Junior brother Zhong, if you have any evidence to prove that you're speaking the truth, I'll definitely support you." But LV Wenkang didn't continue speaking. But how could Zhong Leji not understand the meaning behind his words? And this was what gave Zhong Leji a headache. If he had evidence to prove that what he said was true and that he wasn't the person who stole the blueprint, he would have taken it out long ago. There was no need for him to defend himself here. Zhong Leji thought hard in his heart. What evidence did he have to prove that what he said was true? Or that what Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong said was false? As long as what they said was false, what he said would naturally be the truth. However, he didn't have any of these two kinds of evidence. If he wanted to prove that what Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong said was false, he had to ask them some questions. However, Prince Zhong had already asked them just now. This was obviously a very correct method, but it failed miserably under the tricks of Bai Jianmu and the others. It even almost dragged him down. Then how could he prove that what they said was false? After thinking for a long time, Zhong Leji still couldn't think of a way to prove that what Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong said was false. Since he couldn't prove that what Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong said was false, he could only think of a way to prove that what he said was true. The most important thing now was that Bai Jianmu found the bronze box in his room. This indirectly proved that the blueprint was also with him. Thinking of the blueprint, Zhong Leji's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his head to look at LV Wenkang and said loudly, "Eldest senior brother, since Bai Jianmu found the bronze box in my room to prove that I'm the one who stole the blueprint, that means that the blueprint should also be with me." Speaking of this, Zhong Leji paused for a moment. He thought for a while before continuing. If what Bai Jianmu said is true, then the blueprint must be with me. In that case, please search. If you can find the blueprint, it proves that I stole it. If you can't find it, then it proves that Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong are lying. They are framing me and trying to pin the crime on me. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, LV Wenkang was first stunned. After a moment, he slowly nodded and turned to look at Bai Jianmu. Chapter 267. LV Wenkang looked at Bai Jianmu and asked, Junior Bai, you heard what Junior Zhong said. Do you think it makes sense? In fact, LV Wenkang didn't need to ask. Bai Jianmu had heard what Zhong Laji said just now. Bai Jianmu had to admit that what Zhong Laji said was very reasonable. Although they found the bronze box in his room, they didn't find the blueprint. It couldn't prove that he stole it. Although Bai Jianmu wanted to prove this point, it was a pity that he only brought the bronze box today and didn't bring the blueprint. If they searched Zhong Laji's room now, they definitely wouldn't find the blueprint. Therefore, they absolutely couldn't search Zhong Laji's room. If they didn't find the blueprint, wouldn't it prove that Zhong Laji wasn't the one who stole it? It was better to let everyone think that Zhong Laji was the one who stole the blueprint. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu sneered and waved his hand. Senior brother, Zhong Laji must have hidden the blueprint in a very secret place. He is confident that we can't find it, so he said that. If I'm right, even if we search, I'm afraid we won't find the blueprint. Therefore, we can't search. Even if we want to find it, we have to let Zhong Laji tell us where the blueprint is. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. After listening to Bai Jianmu's words, LV Wenkang suddenly felt that it was very reasonable. If Zhong Laji had hidden the blueprint in a place where no one could find it, then he could let others search freely. After all, they wouldn't be able to find it. If that was the case, it would be beneficial for Zhong Laji. At least, if they couldn't find the blueprint, they couldn't really prove that Zhong Laji was the one who stole it. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang turned his head to look at Zhong Laji again and asked tentatively, Junior Zhong, you heard what Bai Jianmu said. What do you think we should do? After listening to LV Wenkang's question, Zhong Laji shook his head with a bitter smile. I have no choice. I already asked you to search, but you didn't clean it up. What can I do? At this point, Zhong Laji paused for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, Since you don't believe me, you can only search my room. If you still don't believe me, you can tear down my house and search bit by bit. I think that if I really did steal the blueprint, no matter how well I hid it, you can still find it even if you tear down my house. LV Wenkang nodded after hearing this. All the mechanisms and secret rooms were built around the house. If the house was demolished, all the mechanisms and secret passages would be exposed. At this moment, LV Wenkang was a little confused. Since Zhong Laji dared to say so, he wasn't afraid that someone would find the blueprint in his room. Could it be that he really didn't steal the blueprint? In other words, the blueprint wasn't in his house, so Zhong Laji wasn't afraid even if his house was demolished. Just as LV Wenkang was puzzled, Bai Jianmu suddenly sneered and said, Eldest senior brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Since he dares to let us search, he is definitely not worried about us finding him. At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing, Eldest senior brother, actually, there should be many ways to prevent us from finding the blueprint. For example, the blueprint was originally in the study room. Zhong Laji was afraid that the blueprint would be discovered, so he directly ate the blueprint. Where would we go then? Or rather, after Yi Xian gave the blueprint to him, he hid the blueprint outside the house for safety reasons. The South County branch is so big, and the blueprint is so small. Even if he dug a hole underground and buried it, we might not be able to find it. At this point, Bai Jianmu sneered again. Who knows? Zhong Laji has already given the blueprint to someone who took it down the mountain. This is also something that we can't be sure about. At this point, Bai Jianmu turned to look at LV Wenkang and said with a smile, Eldest senior brother, do you think what I said makes sense? Since Zhong Laji dares to let us search, he definitely has a way to prevent us from finding it. The few methods I mentioned just now are just simple methods. If Zhong Laji puts his heart into hiding the blueprint, we won't be able to find it. Unless he tells us the location of the blueprint himself, we won't be able to find it. This time, before LV Wenkang could answer, Zhongleji had already said, "By Zhenmu, since you said that I hid the blueprint, why did I put the bronze box under the bed for you to find it? Couldn't I have hidden the bronze box as well?" At this point, Zhongleji turned to look at LV Wenkang and said loudly, "Eldest senior brother, if I really stole the blueprint, why didn't I hide the bronze box and the blueprint together? If Bai Zhenmu couldn't find the bronze box in my room, then I wouldn't be suspicious. Eldest senior brother, why didn't I do that? It's because the bronze box doesn't belong to me. It's Bai Zhenmu who wants to frame me for this matter, so he put the bronze box under my bed." After listening to Zhongleji's explanation, LV Wenkang nodded. He had to admit that what Zhongleji said made sense. If he and Zhongleji were switched, he would also do the same. Since he had already hidden the blueprint, why not hide the bronze box as well? If Bai Zhenmu didn't find the bronze box, there would be no evidence to prove that Zhongleji was a suspect. At that time, even if everyone suspected Zhongleji, they couldn't do anything to him because there was no evidence. There was no bronze box as evidence. After listening to Zhongleji's words, Bai Zhenmu sneered, "Third senior brother, this is where you are smart. You think that you can put the bronze box under the bed and then let me search the living room? After I find the bronze box, you can turn around and say that I used the bronze box to frame you. In this way, you naturally won't be a suspect, but I will be suspected by everyone, and your goal will be achieved." Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at LV Wenkang and said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, you also saw what happened here just now. I'm not talking nonsense, but it's true. At that time, Prince Zhong deliberately used strange questions to make things difficult for junior brother Liu and me. He wanted to frame the whole thing on me. It's all thanks to Master's wisdom that we didn't fall for Zhongleji's trick." Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu sighed, and then slowly said, "If Master was a muddle-headed person and didn't see through this matter, then I'm afraid that at this moment, I would have been locked up in the Repentance Pavilion as a suspect. Eldest senior brother, you also saw this matter with your own eyes. You also heard Prince Zhong's questions. If this question was asked to you, would you be able to answer it? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,